From the heathens, got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing. So cold, behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight,
Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another transfer show and Chelsea news on a Chelsea Perspective. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. And wholeheartedly, again, I sincerely do wish that you're all doing well. Please let me know how you're doing in the chat and where you're watching from. Today, as usual, quite a lot to talk about because a lot is going on. So again, sit back, relax, and please give me your time. Give me that is the honor to entertain you today. Thanks so much for joining us again. Let's get straight into the show. Yes, people, once again, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Transfer Watch on a Chelsea Perspective. Today, as you can see on the screen here, we'll talk about uh, um, Fofana, Wesley Fofana, and then we'll talk about Gabriel Slonina, his imminent arrival to Chelsea Football Club, and what we believe that means. We'll also talk about Kepa Arrizabalaga, rumored departure. It's looking likely. Again, a whole lot of other transfer news or rumors are related to our beloved club, of which we know you'd be interested in. And as you know, what we do here is we don't just believe everything we see out there. When we see things there, we bring them together, dissect, analyze, and then at the end of the day, with your contributions, and the contributions of the panelists, will come to a sensible, conclusion. Nobody here is more knowledgeable than the other. You bring your information, we bring our information, and we'll learn from each other. Again, thank you again for 5,000 subscribers. Like I told you, I owe you a big giveaway, and I will not disappoint. For those of you who's been here before, you know how we operate here. Again, we respect our promises quite a lot. Again, but that's by the way. Let's get into the show. As usual, let me say, as it is a tradition here on Chelsea Perspective, I will start by saying hello to those in the chat. Again, to thank them, and see how they're doing. And we have quite a few people already. And Liam Lane, who I actually thought is on holiday, is one of the first to make it today. This is Blue Morning, Kachila. Blue Morning to you too, brother. Again, you always remind me that it's the Blue Morning show, even if I forget it is one. But that's, by the way, we started early today, so we have every right on time, so to speak, to call it the Blue Morning Show. So thank you, Liam. I hope you're doing well. Liam says Gabriel Slonina will travel to London today, to have his medical and sign, then return to finish out MLS season and join Chelsea in January. That speaks of volume, and I'm going to come back to it. I'll highlight that comment, so we'll talk about it. Congratulations on the 5K subs, Kachila, and the Chelsea Perspective family. Yes, thank you for phrasing it like that. And by the way, Liam Lane is the captain of Chelsea Perspective. I can't thank him enough for how much he's loved and supported this channel through thick and thin. Again, I appreciate all your support, and I cannot thank you enough. Again, let's see what else we have here. We have a phantom of many topics. He says is the fourth to like. Okay, you made it to the Champions League. Well, Liam Lane picked you to the first place today. He's won the league. And also he's made it to the Champions League too. I says, are we live? Yeah, we are. Like you see, yeah, we started at that time. Starting on time, yeah, we did. Again, a 5K subs. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate that. It's all because of you. Again, Chidem Desmond, nice to see you here to them. I hope you're doing well. One day, my Igbo brother, he says every year, that's the question people ask. But at the end of the season, Chelsea, on a top four. I hope to see that happen this season because it's important we talk about that a bit, actually. Again, the question and the argument has always been, and I heard that also on a Green Talks YouTube channel, the argument is whenever you underestimate Chelsea, whenever you think, oh, they're done, whenever you think Chelsea are not going to achieve anything this season, that's when, they spring up surprise the world. I hope that happens, and we'll talk about that in detail. And here, again, sorry, my screen is a bit laggy. It's not responding as it should. As reported by Romano, we're interested in the swap deal of Werner for Fabio. We're interested in Fofana, but Leicester City wants to keep him. I think the case of Fofana, Leicester, they just pretended they want to keep him. They don't want to keep him. We've heard they have to sell to make money. And if there's anybody that they'd sell to make enough money to help them buy one or two good players, it will be Wesley Fofana. I don't think they'd be getting that much money from Kasper Schmeichel, given his age and all that. I think we'll see what happens. Chelsea should hold on to Kepa. It's not that simple. There are other factors you have to consider. Do you want to keep an unhappy player at your club? It's not like he's an outfit player. He's a goalkeeper. And again, Kepa, if you follow his career, you learn that he's a very emotional individual. Doing that, I don't think he'd be in the right frame of mind to even do a good enough job whenever he's called upon. So that's why it's important, just let him go if he wants to leave. And let's not be selfish about it. I think he's probably pushing, to get to play as regular as possible so that he get a call up to the Spanish national team because it's a World Cup year, and he's good enough. He's done so well enough in the past that he was able to keep David De Gea, the Manchester United goalkeeper, to that position. So let's let the guy go. And Thomas Tuchel, you could argue, has shown that he doesn't trust Kepa Arrizabalaga. Why is that? I don't know. The way he's treated him shows that it's simple. He doesn't trust him as much as he trusts Edouard Mendy. Even when Mendy faltered, consistently or in consistent games, so many people were thinking, okay, he was going to drop into the bench and let Kepa Arrizabalaga start games. And we argued. We had the show then. We actually argued that Kepa was averaging one mistake per game, and dropping Kepa on the bench would have made Edouard Mendy realize that he's actually dispensable. For his own good, it will make him start, be 100% plus concentrated during games. But that hasn't been the case. He's still making some mistakes, some serious mistakes per game, and that's not acceptable at this level. Here, Chidinma Desmond says, and we shouldn't sell Timo Werner, rather loan him. Good afternoon, my brother, all the way from United Arab Emirates. Nice to see you, brother. Thank you so much for joining us from there. You're welcome to the channel. And please, as you're coming in, be sure to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't, to help us reach more people. Again, the likes do more for the channel. The more you like the video, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered and the more people will be able to reach. And the more people we have here, the more fun the show will be. So thank you. Thank you very much for liking the video. Keep liking the video, and also don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. So thank you for all the love that you've shown this channel. I cannot thank you enough. And my brother Herbert Kilpin has said to us in Italy his favorite team is AC Milan, but in England it is Chelsea Football Club. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Again, Tapo Rakolu says, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I believe that Bali is, inexperienced in this, what cost us this season. Here's the thing, the part of your comment that says he's inexperienced is the truth. Yes, he's a smart man, and he didn't become a billionaire by being dumb or being stupid, if you prefer. I think he knows fully well that again, there is some measure of politics, involved in the transfer, that's a football transfer window, and cannot be compared to what we call player trading in the United States in terms of exchanging one player or the other. It is different. And do I think he's made a mistake? I think his first mistake was letting Marina Granovskaya and Petr Cech leave, no matter how bad they've been. What we were told at first was that those two people were going to be at the club until after the transfer window to help the club facilitate its transfer plans. And to my utmost surprise, we heard that they left, and I don't think their departure helped the situation at all. I think it made it worse. But that's, by the way, again, we don't know what happened behind the scenes, but I think we'll be all right. That's just the truth. My only concern is that there's no way in the world we'll be able to bring in enough players, as we had planned before the game, as the season starts proper. I think we'll still be looking at players. Some players will still be coming in around 3, 4, 5 games into the season, or even some may even go beyond that. But do I think we'll be okay this season? We'll see what happens. But my advice would be to temper your expectations with some measure of patience, and don't expect too much of the team this coming season. Again, says I have no problem with Kepa going, but if it is true we're paying 3/4 of his wages, that's in my opinion, it doesn't make business sense anyway. Again, I think I talked about it. I discussed that in detail with at length, if you prefer, with Bobby during the evening show yesterday, and we couldn't come to a sensible conclusion on why that is. But then again, we don't know everything. There's a chance it is not the truth. There's a chance it's all lies. We don't know, because there's so much that the media, or let me say the Twitter journalists, have gotten wrong. This season. Okay, now please, we should keep Kepa as backup. This is a football. Anything can happen to Mendy at any time. But here's the thing. Here's the argument here, or the issue, if you prefer. You could argue Kepa. Thomas Tuchel hasn't treated Kepa fairly. He hasn't treated him with respect. I think Kepa will feel disrespected. Again, I'm going to go into the examples, by the way. When Edouard Mendy left for AFCON, Kepa was the one that stood between the sticks until he returned. And during that period, Kepa did not put a foot wrong. He did quite well. And then again, Mendy was still at the African Cup of Nations when we left for the Club World Cup without him. And it was Kepa Arrizabalaga brilliance that made sure we made it to the final of the Club World Cup. And we were thinking, okay, he was going to be, guard the sticks for us in the final of the Club World Cup. And Mendy returned from the African Cup of Nations, and he went straight to, I think it was in the UAE, to join the squad for the, before the final of the Club World Cup. And to my utmost surprise, Mendy took the place of Kepa Arrizabalaga in the final, which, okay, I said, okay, that happens. When we had an argument, and some people argued the sentiment for Mendy to drop out of the team, for Kepa to drop out, for Mendy to still be the goalkeeper in the final, because for Kepa Arrizabalaga to still be the goalkeeper in the final of the Club World Cup, that Mendy is the first choice goalkeeper, that yes, Kepa should make way for him. We argued that at length, and I said, okay, no worries. Maybe the plan would be to start Kepa between the sticks in the Carabao Cup final, and then when we return to England, Kepa Arrizabalaga, who also has always been the goalkeeper, from from the early stages of the Carabao Cup to the semifinals, we made it to the final after beating some club in the semifinals. Correct me if I'm wrong, but however we got to the final, it was Kepa, and then as we returned from England, he was dropped to England. He was dropped to the bench again. So those things, I don't think he will take it lightly. He's a Spanish international, for Christ's sake. But that's why I don't want to go too deep into that, because otherwise we'll be going round and round and round. This is please share again. Share again. I hope you're talking about sharing the show. If not, help make me understand. I wonder if the new Chelsea owner is aware of negotiation dynamics. It doesn't seem so. It doesn't look like he understands the politics of the transfer window, but I think he'd learn. Willoughby, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Of course, I thought Bali is screws as he doesn't have the experience in the transfer window. He should have identified our targets to Marina and let the deals while he learned about, how the windows work. And then if later on, we already knew Marina was going to leave, then she'd leave. Good morning, all. Gabriel Slonina, good morning to you too. And Deals CFC, how are you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. He says, good morning, coach. I am not being funny. All of us Chelsea fans shouldn't listen to what that fraud journalist Fabrizio Romano says about our club. Again, you could argue 90% of the times he gets it correct. I haven't actually. And if you see how he operates these days, I think he says things at the point at which, if he says it, if he checks, it is more than likely that the outcome of whatever he talked about becomes, the thing he talks about. But that's, by the way, again, I get your argument there. I think it's not just him. A lot of the tweeted journalists, if you want to phrase it that way, they've all been wrong on so many occasions. We heard how it was Barcelona that stole K-Boy from us, or just if you want to say his name, then he ended up being actually we decided not to, to forfeit the pursuit of the boy. But that's, by the way, again, I strongly believe that Chelsea can do wonders this season. We're not that good at preseason, but this season, I believe that Chelsea, well, again, the EPL trophy, that's why, again, that may well be the case, but that's why Deals shouldn't listen to none of them. Again, that's the truth. None of them at all, because they're not there at the table discussing with the club or the other people. Again, I have to be honest with you, but we'll see what happens. Chinima, I love your positivity. I do love that too, and I'll tell you why. Again, as a true Chelsea fan, I believe that no team in England will beat us. Again, the optimism is fantastic, bro. Like Liam Lane said to you, here's one thing I want to look at here. And if this man in question, if he says this, honestly, I believe it. And again, he reads no top four talk from Thiago Silva when asked by Chelsea in-house media team about his target for the new season to win the Premier League. It is a very difficult league to play in, but I think it's possible. If this man says that, I believe him. Believe me, even though I've always argued for us to tamper our expectations with some measure of patience because of how things are going so far. But if you look at it, we haven't lost the whole team. We've lost a few players. We've lost 2 defenders, but we've brought in one excellent defender who you can't argue with them alone. We should be able to perform wonders given what, and he's shown us what he's capable of doing during pre-season. But that's, by the way, again, here it says, I'm now very worried with less than a month of the transfer window to end. We are still dragging our feet and not getting deals done. We're linked practically with every player. What's going on? Here's the thing. I think we're being strategic with our approach in the transfer window. We're not just going for every player because they're good. We're making sure the players we're looking at are good, will be good enough, will fit into the way the manager likes to approach the game, which has always been the plan. And remember, we've been told that the club will not go for any player that the manager doesn't want. It's not like under Roman Abramovich. Again, nothing against Roman. I think there will never, ever be another Roman Abramovich. You and I, we know that. And that's the truth that will never change. So here's the thing. Again, I'd say we're just being strategic. And at the end of the day, no matter how long it takes us to bring in those players, I think we'll still be okay. Do I think we'll win the league? Like, for me personally, I'd say no. It depends on how many changes we make to the team. If we stick mainly with all the players we have, with new additions here in some strategic areas, like bringing in midfielders who can get us goals, like making sure we have competition for resumes, and making sure we have competition for resumes, and what's his name, Ben and Chilwell. So if we majority of the times play a 3 at the back system, that we will not have a problem if either of the 2 players gets injured. We don't want to, experience what we experienced this past season, where everything started going down south the moment we lost them both to injuries. So that made us understand why the culture that we've had all along at Chelsea Football Club, the culture of having starters and backups, it's a very dangerous culture. So I hope that changes, but I think it will change under Thomas Tuchel, because it's always been as it's been all this while, because we didn't have a manager who believed in having, a squad where we have at least 2 or 3 good players in every position. That's why Manchester City are as strong as they are. They have starters that is more than a single starter in every position. So when player A isn't playing, the alternate player or player B, if you prefer, comes in, does a good job, and even sometimes does an even better job. But that's, by the way, Matt, I'm going to start you again. First, let me read what Wally Walter said. To be honest, don't we always have a slow transfer windows? I think that's, you could argue that has always been the case. And why do I think that has always been the case? Because we go for good players. We go for the best in the world. And usually when you go for the best in the world, there are always multiple clubs vying for the signature of that particular player. And that has been the case in this window. But it is good to hear that actually, Rafinha wasn't the priority. He was being chased as an addition, as a plus, as an extra after we get our main target. And we hear in good learning that Barcelona actually didn't snatch out, Jules Koundé from us. We actually, we pulled out. Probably because we're looking at other options we think are going to do even better to us. I'm going to catch up with the chat, then come back to the panel and bring in my brother, Matt, to get his opinion on Thiago Silva's, optimism, if you want to phrase it that way. Do you think we have better players than Arsenal I think yes. Again, there's a difference now. Maybe you can argue they're better prepared. I think it's easy to say they have better players than we do because they beat us and because they've made some, good signings, some brilliant signings. But I think let me just bring in Matt here. Matt, you go ahead with this from this Rashikesh Patil, my brother here. Again, your thoughts on his comment. Again, if you're watching, please, if you haven't, take a second to let us know where you're watching from. Go ahead, Matt. And by the way, how you doing, my bad manners? I hope you're fine.
Obviously, I just finished my stream. It's late here, so can always jump on afterwards. But I'll be here for about 20-25 minutes.
No worries, even 10 minutes with you is fine, bro. Thank you, I appreciate that.
No, I appreciate having me on, but obviously, this question is a good question because I think when we look at the realization, Arsenal may have a better team on paper. I think we still have a better squad in general. I think we finished still above them. Same with Spurs. Arsenal, they might have been, as you said, better planned. I think Spurs have a better team than Arsenal on paper. Arsenal may have some better individual players, but I think altogether we're still going to come on top, on top of Arsenal and Tottenham. The thing is with Chelsea is that when we are underdogs, we thrive, and right now we're being classified as coming 6th, 5th, 7th. Right, and when we classify as underdogs, that's when we thrive.
I think that realization is starting to change the mindset of Chelsea fans. Go ahead, man.
What do you mean?
That is the fact that whenever we're on the underdogs, we thrive. So most people are beginning to say, "Wait, this has always happened, been the case all the time. I think we'll do well." But go ahead.
Yeah, I think it is. I think we look at the Champions League, we look at a lot of stuff where when Chelsea are major underdogs, like Liverpool didn't beat us all season last season, and they were supposed to have a much better team than us. When really maybe they did on paper, but again, they weren't better in terms of play. So I always say Chelsea, when they're underdogs, that's when they're the most scariest. And I've always said we're going to come third. We finished above Tottenham. We finished above Arsenal. Arsenal's going to be playing Europa League season again this season. So
Yeah, it makes sense. Let me catch up with this, and now I'll ask you the next question I wanted to ask you. Where was I actually? I think I was somewhere here. I read this input here from my Indian brother. I hope you're doing well. Again, yes, that's the part of football. You still lost some of your key players, and also bring in some club key players to your team. But in all things, I see Chelsea winning the EPL. I hope that happens, but I think otherwise. I have to let you know, if things don't go as planned at the end of the window, well, Tuchel will be happy about it and get on with the job anyway. I think whatever we're doing in the window, he's very much aware of it. Us for feet in the pursuit of Juskende, he probably is the one that says, just let him go. I think we're better off going for a particular player of which we don't know who that player is, but it's looking like the player in question will be Fofana or maybe Skriniar, I don't know. But I think whatever that's happening in the transfer window, he's aware of it. If he really wanted Rafinha, I think he'd push the club to say add more money to it. And we're hearing actually, we could have gotten Kunde had we been serious about getting him. But we had our doubts in terms of his overall profile as a player. So I don't think he'd be pissed at all. He's actually only frustrated with the players he has in place, and while he was talking about that poor performance against Arsenal, he reiterated the importance of us getting in place. That doesn't mean he's pissed at the club already. I'm learning that. India said, Rishikesh Patil, thank you for joining us, brother. I hope you're doing well, and please welcome to the Chelsea Perspective family. Chelsea Football Club, this fan base should relax a bit. Don't forget, we thrive in chaos. Arsenal will always crumble. Cannot measure our standards with that team. I'm still a bit skeptical about Mikel Arteta's, his tactical ability. I think he's very predictable. But the only thing is this: Arsenal as a club has always been a pain in the neck for us, or in the rear end, if you prefer. Because the truth is, of the past 3 seasons, even when Arsenal has lost, 1,000 games. If we were the team that play in the 1,001 game, they do well. They see it as a final for them. Whereas in our case, again, it seems we still have a mentality issue in terms of the crop of players we have right now. Maybe that changes as we bring in new players. We'd see that because also you could argue when we've won 1,000 games and Arsenal is 1,001 game to play, we either draw or lose to them. I hope that changes. Again, I agree that since Slonina is coming in January, why shouldn't we keep Kepa Arrizabalaga till January before loaning or selling him? Again, the player's mindset matters. But we'll discuss that further. Big up, did you see Man City going to bid for Fofana? I heard that too. But we see what happens. I think the player himself, he likes Chelsea Football Club, but in his Chelsea through and through. But there's a chance this is also Leicester City, engineering those rumors to make sure they get a sizable fee from the sale of the player. Because there's something I want to share with you guys, which when I discussed it with Bobby yesterday, he made a very brilliant point, saying that his injury record is something, the statistic that Chelsea can use and get him on a cheap, just like we did for Ben Chilwell. But I'll share the statistic when he gets to talk about Fofana. Arsenal may beat us at preseason, but it doesn't mean that they will beat us in the Premier League. I wouldn't hold my breath on that until it happens. Believe me, Arsenal doesn't belong to top four this season. Arsenal's still Chelsea's wife. Yeah, I get that. That's, by the way, Matt, let's get into it. Let's talk about this here. If you read it, a top player anytime, any day. And I'm not surprised him as saying this coming from him. Again, I'd be surprised if he says anything opposite. He's a winner. There's hardly a season. I know you follow this career too. There's hardly a season that's come and gone without Thiago Silva winning anything. It hasn't happened. I think I could since he became a popular, let me just say, to be safe, a popular professional footballer, that hasn't happened. Again, it continued at Chelsea. And actually, with under a year or so, he won 3 trophies at Chelsea. That's actually brilliant. But here's the thing, Matt. Look at what he said. Do you believe that?
Of course, when you're a professional player, you've always got to say the league. Like people from in Brighton's camp will come. Yeah, that's everyone's objective, is to win the league. Now, I've always said I don't think we win the league, but that's our goal. Our goal is to win the league. We're not going to go into the season and go, yep, all right, we're going to make top 4. No, Tuchel's going to go in the season and aim to win for the league. Now, realistically, it's going to be going for top 4. That's our realistic goal. But we're never, ever going to take away the fact that there's always a chance we're going to win the league. And Silva is correct. He says it's difficult, but it's possible. It's always possible. If we're finishing within top 4, there's a higher chance of winning the Premier League in being in the top 4 than being 7th or 8th every season. So I respect Silva. I hope he keeps thriving for it. But that's the mentality you want to have in your players. It's great.
Yeah, I think if he says it, I believe him. But if you ask me our opinion, I think it's going to be very difficult. But do I think we'll make it to top 4? I think we have good enough team to make it to the top 4. And as the season progresses, we'll see more good players coming. Because this is not the first time that we have had a situation where, as the season progresses, we're still getting in new players. It happens. Again, do I think anybody else will come in before the season starts? It's just a few days. I think around 5 days or so, 6 days. I don't see the possibility, but anything can happen. We'll see, because we're not sure of all the players the club are talking to. Matt, let me ask you this question again. I think most people have talked about that, but I'm going to catch up with the chat quickly after I ask you the question. The question is, I think I've heard people argue, and I think I feel the same. That's a chance by the time the transfer window shuts, there are players that were coming that we didn't know the club, that they've been talking to that player, because we're working with numbers this time. We're not solemnly focused on, big names at the big clubs. We're looking at statistics, looking at the players that will come and improve us, and then, slot into the team seamlessly. But before you come in with your answer, I'm going to try and catch up here. How about Kelpin says, I hear here in Italy that Napoli wants Kepa. I don't think they will pay his wage, though. Oh, you're very correct. I'm hearing that we're paying actually 3/4 of his wage, 75% of his wages. That's of his wage. I don't know why we're doing that. It just doesn't make a business sense. Ebu Kawane, how are you? Again, nice to see my people here. A brilliant mind. Even when we are in our bad form, Arsenal will never finish above us. Again, Ebu, I must let you know this. That's just a Chelsea fan in you. Arsenal, they've been problematic for us since the past 3 seasons. Kachila will join your stream soon. Again, just let me know when you need the link. No problem. I'd send you the link whenever you're ready. Let's keep Kepa. Again, I want us to keep him, but we'll see what happens. Says, Glenn, nice to see you here again, brother. He said, you lost some faith in your squad. If suddenly Arsenal and Spurs it's good that they are looking dangerous, might make us switch it up again. I think that's one thing. Yeah, that's one thing that's good about Chelsea. When you think they mop the floor with a certain team, they end up losing, and that's where the term or the phenomenon, what's it called, the charity FC comes into play. Says I would prefer Skriniar than Fofana. I think we can get them both. I think you could argue Skriniar is more versatile. Again, that's me. Again, Kepa wants to leave. If that's the case, then let him go. Prince Moore says, "Speak up, Kachila. I watched that Chelsea game versus Udinese, and Ziyech was massive together with Ampadu. Ampadu, oh man, what a player he is, and what a player he will be with us if we keep him. It's always a fail when you give a player on loan and pay part of his wage to that. That applies to any team. Again, I think I have a lot of reservations regarding players going out on loan. Except if you have a clause which makes it an obligation for the club to buy the player at the end of the season. Because if that's not the case, if a club is getting a player on loan, I think their priority isn't to field that player. In most cases, clubs do get players on loan because they have an injury situation, because they're still looking to bring in players. And if they bring in a player that they own permanently, it wouldn't make sense for them to keep giving your own player a loan player who they're not obliged to buy at the end of the season, game time, whereas they have their own player, because at the end of the season, they will lose that player. But that's, by the way, again, I'm going to move on, Matt. Before we move on, let me ask you, I don't know if I asked you this question this way. I know you've spoken about it. The question I want to ask you, do you deep down believe, what do you deep down believe would be able to achieve this coming season?
Well, our achievement would be, as I said, top 4 is our main achievement. Not our main, but one of our achievements. Sorry. I think there's a high chance we can definitely get far in the Champions League. As I said, that we were underdogs for, we're not going to get out of the group stages. Then we got to semi-finals. Minor mistakes kicked us out, but that's fine. We bounced back. I think Champions League is something massive that we can do. Carabao Cup and FA Cups are priorities, but I'm not expecting I am expecting trophies for sure. But I'm not expecting I'm not going to come out this season and not complain that we didn't win a Premier League. I'm not going to complain that we didn't win a Champions League. But they're expectations for sure. But I definitely want to win a trophy this season, 100%. And I think we will. I don't think we come out this season trophyless. I do think we come with a trophy. As I said, we don't have the worst squad. We got a great squad. I mean, when we are underdogs, we will thrive.
Yeah, but again, that's something that comes to mind. And also, I think we will do well. We haven't lost too many players from the players we had this past season. And again, you mentioned actually we were the better team, but again, technically the better team won at the end of the day. But we had no business losing that game against Madrid. And like I've argued, if it was Mourinho's team that went 3 up, even if you are inside your bedroom, he will not lose that game. But then again, I think with the issue, the biggest problem on that day was that we didn't play with a balance. We didn't balance our approach to the game. We were too focused on even scoring more goals and then conceded 2 late goals. But that's, by the way, again, Kepa was a panic buy. Now we can get rid of him because his wages. Again, even if Kepa was a panic buy, I think he's proven that he's actually a good goalkeeper, a phenomenal goalkeeper at that on his stay. But maybe he is an emotional individual, which Frank Lampard didn't manage well. But after that, even under Thomas Tuchel, he's done quite well. Undertaker, no, for the money that has Inter once. I would not. Again, we're gonna move on from this, brother. I saw a headline right now that said PSG and Barcelona want to hijack Fofana from Chelsea. How true is that? There's no way to tell. But we'll get to that. It is one of the stuff we have lined up to talk about. But before we move on, Tabaga, I want to get your thoughts quickly on this optimism from Mr. Winner himself. He's a guy that epitomizes winning mentality. Thiago himself, he says, his aim is to win the Premier League. Your thoughts? Do you feel the same, or do you think otherwise? Do we still have you there, Tobago? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yes, I'm here. How are you?
I'm fine. I can't complain. I hope you're doing well too.
I'm good, thanks. Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I'm sorry about
it. Says again. It says no top 4 talk from Thiago Silva when asked by Chelsea in-house media team about his target for new season. He says to win the Premier League. It is a very difficult league to play in, but I think it's possible. And but Matt thinks as a professional player, and even the bottom teams, they're in it to win it. But I want to get your thoughts. Do you believe it, or do you think otherwise?
To be honest, I believe it, because as a player and as a club, you need to have ambitions to win something, and then we are in the Premier League to win it. We're not gonna say because Manchester City and Liverpool are dominating, we don't have a chance. Let's go game by game, and then we can discuss. You can see where it leads us. So I think it's a positive thing that Thiago Silva mentioned it, because you can say due to Arsenal, Spurs, and other team, they're strengthened, and then us, we are going to drop out the top 4. There's no guarantee on that. I'm sorry, we can't say we're going to drop out the top 4. We can't say that we can win another trophies because of our squad. We need to challenge, and then at the end, you say we did challenge. Unfortunately, we didn't succeed. Where can we improve? What can we do? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Again, one thing you said, you sounded like a manager when you said that. Let's take it back game by game and see what happens. I think I'm all for that. We should have swapped Kepa for Skriniar. I don't think Inter. Are they looking for a goalkeeper? I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. We'll see what happens. We got the Champions League with a transfer ban, and again with sanctions. Chelsea always pull through as underdogs. Why all of a sudden it's everywhere now that we do well as underdogs? Because the season, is closing in. I think you could argue most Chelsea fans.
We've been saying that for years. I think since we won the Champions League, we've been saying that. It's been on for about a year.
No, but mainly most of the fan bases are concerned a week ago or a few days ago has always been, we haven't signed any player, blah blah blah. We're going to suffer, especially the day after we lost it to Arsenal. But now I think the narrative has changed drastically. Majority are now saying, as underdogs, we're going to do well. I hope they don't jinx it. I was going to be better off us going into the season with everybody still thinking, even us still thinking we're not going to do well. But that's, by the way, we always do wonders when they see us as underdogs. Our Premier League is coming to West London next season. Again, you could argue, Matt, you could actually argue maybe because of what we're hearing from pundits. That's why we started, most people are starting believing that we can actually do better the coming season. But that's, by the way, again, thank you so much, people. Remember, we're shooting to break the record. We haven't gotten 300 likes in any of the streams. The most has been 280 something. Let's try and shoot for 300 likes today. So if you haven't, please take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And then this one here is, again, it says that Chelsea made a new attempt to sign Josko Vardiol in a swap deal with Werner on loan, but RB Leipzig have still no intention to sell him. More possibilities will be discussed. Fofana, top target, but Leicester wants to keep him. Pavard, backup option, as reported days ago. But let's bring it back to our interest in Vardiol. Matt, why do we really need them? Why we will have Colwell in the team, and both players are about the same age, and they play in the same, left center back position. And if I've argued before, if you bring in Vardiol, you're sending the wrong message to Colwell, especially if Vardiol comes in and becomes a starter, and it's not like it's a rotational thing. But if it's a rotational thing, fine, because we have too many games to play. So you come in, Matt.
You know what it's telling Cole? It's telling Cole, you are shit and you got to get better. I don't care about Cole. Cole is not good enough for our team right now. We need players. I've always said, learning or youngsters, our academy is for what we need, not for what we want.
Mm-hmm.
Cole right now, if we're getting Guardiola, whatever his name is, he's not a need because we've got this guy coming in. I don't know how to pronounce his name. How do you pronounce his name again? Sorry.
Sorry, who?
How do you pronounce his name? I don't know.
Vadio.
I still don't know. Vadio. So it's silent. The G is silent. Oh my god. But this guy's a baller, man. Like, I never really wanted him from the start. I always wanted Kunde. I wanted De Ligt, Koulibaly, and Pempe. They were my four. But I don't mind. I'm actually not upset about the players we're actually getting linked to. Like, Variol, Skriniar, Fofana. These guys aren't the worst players, but they're not, target number 1, 2, 3. They're kind of 5, 6, 7. But I think Variol is a baller. I think it's good. It's a great aggression, and it's someone we need right now. Colwell. If you're talking about Colwell right now, Colwell is shit. Colwell is not good enough. Variol coming in sends a message.
Let's just watch language, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry.
Vadio comes in and it gives great competition to Colwell. And I've always said Colwell needs to go on loan. Colwell is not really, I wouldn't say fit, but I don't think he's, it's not something that we need to force. It goes back to my point. Colwell, at the moment, we get Vadio, Colwell is someone that we don't need. It's more of a want. And I don't want to force our academy to be playing in a team that's not going to start. I might as well send him on loan to a Brighton, a Huddersfield, a Watford, whatever. Play 37 games, get experience, get confidence. Because I don't know where he gets a spot if Vadio comes. He can be behind him. He can be a secondary option if he wants. I don't mind. I don't mind what happens to Colwell. I just don't want him to be sold, and I don't want him to be a starter. That's it. So we still need to bring in more players to fill up those spots. And when we fill up our 3 centre-back spots, then we can use players like Chalobah, Sarr, Colwell, and Padu. But we still need to fill in these spots because the reason why these guys are called backups is because they're not good enough. The reason why we're still getting more players is because these guys aren't good enough. Simple.
What do you think about that strong argument from Matt Tobago?
Okay, from my side, as I said it before, like I don't think from my side, I don't think it's necessary to buy a similar player with a similar age with a Colwell. That will give him a wrong message. But again, I can understand what Matt is trying to do. Colwell is not ready to compete in the Premier League, and then if you're going to give him a chance, you know how our fans are so reactional. So we rather give him time just to either he can play as a second option, or you give him a loan option just to build his confidence in the league, in the Premier League. I don't want Chelsea to loan him in the other leagues, only in the Premier League. But again, with Gabriel, I'm not yet convinced with him because I haven't seen him a lot. I would rather have someone with experience, like we've been linked with Kempembe, but again, we can't get Kempembe. So I can see why the club now are trying to get likes of Gabriel to Chelsea. But again, from my side, I don't think it's necessary to get a similar player as age of Colwell. That will break Colwell confidence. That's my side.
Do you think we can have them both?
Yes, if we will be able to sell Malang Sarr, we can still have 2 of them. But again, if you're not going to sell Malang Sarr, I don't think is it necessary to have 3 left back on 3 centre back on that side. That will be wasting another one's talent.
What the heck did I highlight there by mistake? Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. I wasn't paying attention. How did that happen? I was clicking around, but then again, I'll find a way to clip it out. Gopo, I want to get your opinion, your thoughts on on the Guardiola links to Chelsea.
First of all, hey guys, I hope you're all doing well, and thank you, Coachella, for having me in the show.
Yeah, no worries, and I understand your situation, so apologies but that's usually what we do because of what has been happening in the community.
Yeah, I will do it the next time. It's just that today I'm a bit busy with my cousin, so I will not be able to.
No worries, go ahead.
All right. So with regards to Guardiola, I think right now among all the centre-back options, he's my preferred centre-back option, even above Skriniar. First of all, he's young, he's left-footed, and he's got all the traits that a modern centre-back needs. And if you see some of his clips on YouTube, you can see the way he drives the ball, the way he's got good passing, he can dribble well. So it's basically what a modern centre-back needs. And especially with the way we play, with with our five at the back formation, and with Chilwell bombing forward, I think in that left centre back role he will be absolutely perfect, because he can cover that space really well, and he also plays at left back as well. So he's got that understanding of how to defend spaces against wingers. But again, dealing with Leipzig is a big what do you say, hassle. They're not very easy to negotiate with. So I think we'll have to be a bit more realistic when it comes to our centre back options.
And how do you think that affects Levi Colwill? You let me know. I want to know, because do you think he still get as much chance as needed? I know Matt argues otherwise for good reason. He thinks he isn't. Matt, I don't know if he used the time good enough, but I think
I said pretty much. I said the Colwill's good enough. Why are we giving Colwill like an exception when the guy's not even good enough? Why will we stop transfers coming in to a guy who's not good enough? It doesn't make sense to me.
How about you? How do you think that affects Colwill's confidence, and do you think it will affect his development in any way? Because they play in the same position. And again, I'm not going to be concerned, except if he comes in and we'll still get Kimpembe, both of which you can argue are specialists for that particular position. That's where I'm concerned. But you go ahead.
I mean, Colwill, is a decent player. I mean, I see him as a huge. He's got a huge future with Chelsea. But at this point, I would rather see him go out on loan and develop his game in maybe some other Premier League club. Like how we did with Tomori, or the other centre backs that we have given out. So from that point of view, I would like to see him play a bit more, because if we get players like Kimpembe or Guardiola into the team, it will definitely not hamper his confidence as such, but he will get limited game time, because players like Kimpembe are much better than him right now at this stage, and I'm sure Tuchel will prefer them as well. When it comes to the season, or when it comes to big Champions League games or Premier League games. So for me, it is simple. He has to go out on loan to some other club and develop his game, and then we can see how what we can do from there.
I would. Why do I differ on this one? I don't know. Gopal was going to join the panel to be against me. Is it pronounced Gopal or Gopal, bro?
It's Gopal. You can call me however you want. It's fine. It's okay.
So long as it stands with Go.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm with you, but I understand. Again, I get the argument. I'd rather bring him and still keep Colwill. He's played in the Championship, although most people underrate the Championship. Again, it's a very, very strong league. I must let you know that it's a very, very strong league. Not easy to be a defender there. Even we've seen people who, like for instance, what's his name, Vardy. I think they signed him from the Championship, and look how well he did for them, even in his first season. So again, I think he's done enough to show that he can be part of the team. But what I wanted, the integration process should be gradual. He shouldn't be expecting to start every game. I'm okay with that. But I don't want a situation whereby we'll sign we'll sign Vadio, and then we'll go ahead and bring in Kimpembe, which means there won't be time for him. So it wouldn't even make sense. But so if we sign just Vadio or just Kimpembe, then I'll be okay. That there's a chance for him. But let me quickly catch up with the chat. Says Johan Libet says, at least assign a defender in attack. We still have good players who can do better, but that CB position is concerning. It's for obvious reasons. We've lost two CBs, in some window, so we have to do something about that, or else we'll be in serious trouble. Personally, I don't care as long as it's what TT wants. That's the truth. We've all called for the manager to be back, and if that's what the club is doing, we shouldn't question that in any way. From an outside point of view, it looks like you have run out of time to get the prime target. If you don't start overpaying, you guys, had a good run in the Premier League, so be thankful. Again, if the players we're looking at are still available, I think we'll still go for them, maybe at a higher price. Like I think Declan was the person that said that, maybe at a higher price, will be probably overpay for some, but the most important thing will be we want the player, and the player will fit into the way the manager plays. So that makes sense. If this was if this is what Todd Boehly meant by we're backing Tuchel, then what happens when they don't back him? Again, I'm not going to blame Todd Bowley at this time. There's no way to say that everything has been happening is solemnly his fault. There are other factors to consider. But I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and I want to ask Gopo this question here regarding what we're looking at here. Again, just to take you back a bit, to bring you up to part of what we're talking about. What's your expectations for the coming season? Do you think is something that's going to happen?
As a Chelsea fan, we all fans, want to be optimistic. We all want to win the league. It is something that everybody wants. But at this point, we have to be very realistic. See, we have had some issues for the past couple of months. We are in a season of transition, so we have to keep our expectations very realistic. I mean, it has to be. We should aim for top four, but at the same point, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't make it, because you see, the thing is, with teams like Spurs, Arsenal strengthening, and with Liverpool and City likely to get top two, you don't know what you're going to get from the other teams as well. Teams like Aston Villa and West Ham cannot be, they are not easy teams. You cannot, underestimate them. And you're not going to get, you don't know what you're going to get from teams like, Leicester, Wolves, and United, especially under Ten Hag. You don't know what you're going to get from him, or even Newcastle at this point. So, we have to be realistic, but I hope we do get top four. That should be the aim, but I wouldn't be surprised if we don't make it as well.
You wouldn't be surprised if we don't make what?
If we don't make it to the top four as well, with the competition we have this time, it'll be really difficult, because teams are strengthening like crazy, and because Todd Bowley is just come into this new market, into this new field, it will take him some time, and we can see that he's struggling with his signings as well, with his key targets. So, and I don't know if how many more players we're going to get from the transfer market. So, I mean, our team is right now, squad depth wise, I don't see it very competitive. We have a very strong 11, I would say, but we still need a lot more players to, really guarantee ourselves as top four, I would say.
Yeah. Let's talk about this one. I know that's probably a topic that interests Matt quite well, because Kepa Arrizabalaga is his twin brother. I don't know how he feels right now, so Matt. But Matt, again, well, I'm always available in case you need to talk. But of course, I'm kidding. Here's where I have a problem here. It says Gaga Slonina to Chelsea. Here we go. Agreement with Chicago Fire for 15 million. Add-ons included talented goalkeeper and his agent will fly to London on Sunday to complete a medical and sign. Again, Slonina will finish the season with Chicago before joining Chelsea in January, on January 1st. Him joining us, we thought he was gonna stay there for like 2 years or a year more, because he's just 18. Him coming in, I think, simply shows that probably Thomas Tuchel really never trusted Kepa Arrizabalaga, like you and I have argued before. So why is this kid who's just 18 coming? Is it he's coming in for them to find a loan move for him in the Premier League or something like that, or in a European club? It just doesn't make sense that he comes at 18.
I mean, this is why I'm confused. I'm not sure who indicated the signing. I'm not complaining about the signing. Good signing for the future. It's great. I haven't watched this guy play one game. I don't care really. I think this is good for a couple of seasons down the line. Can he come in January 1st and integrate as second keeper? I don't know. I doubt it. I think maybe next year, season after, he will come in. He'll be great. I hope he becomes a great keeper. I hope he can, bring a great legacy towards Chelsea. He's a Chelsea player. I'm not gonna, ever talk down this guy. I hope the best for him. I hope we get it, because it's a great signing. It's a cheap signing. He's got great talent. Real Madrid wanted him as well. And especially from the MLS. This is crazy. 2 teams fighting over a player from MLS. Personally, I've never really seen that before in a keeper. So it shows he has great talent. But let's not look in 3-4 years. Let's look at let's look at next week. And next week we're going to play Everton, and we still got Edouard Mendy on that pitch, and we've got Kepa Arrizabalaga in a Napoli shirt, and that makes me worried, because Mendy has been very, very shaky this season. We all know that, right? If we're not replacing Kepa with an immediate second keeper who can fill in his shoes, we are going to watch another season of Edouard Mendy flopping and making minor mistakes and having low confidence. Because I agree, Coach. We've seen Thomas Tuchel not agree to start Kepa, not trust Kepa. I don't know what that is. I still criticize Tuchel to this day for not doing it, because if he started Kepa, I believe that Kepa would be the first starting keeper as we speak, because he's done much better than Mendy has done. If we compare the worst seasons, if we compared both seasons under Tuchel, this season 21-22, Kepa has done fantastic. He hasn't done anything bad to deserve to be on the bench. This goalkeeper position is definitely I wouldn't say confusing. I think it's just a bit of a uncertainty, because we're also selling our most in-depth role. That goalkeeper is the only spot where we have a depth in having two keepers who can easily switch between each other. Now, if we loaned him and we didn't pay his fee, I would understand. But we're loaning him and paying 3/4 of his fee. What's the point of that? We're paying 75% of his wages. They're only to pay 15% of his wages, which is we're paying 100K for a player who's not even wearing our shirt. And
it doesn't make any sort of sense.
You expect somehow Chelsea fans are still happy with this. We are literally paying 100K for a player to go in another shirt, where we could have had him for 150K and he could have competed with our keeper. It makes no sense at all. If we loaned him and we brought in an Arola or a Michigan or whatever, Neves, we brought in those players, I'm fine with that. But we're not bringing in anyone. Bettinelli's going to be our second keeper, and that guy can't save a shot, save his life. So why sell our keeper, our secondary keeper, the only keeper to compete with our first keeper and bring us back to the keeper form that we need? We loan him and pay his wages. What's the sense of that? For me, I think that's more of a Kepa move. I'm not sure if the club really wanted to sell him, because why would the club agree to sell him and then pay his wages? And he's not even the most important player to sell. We've got much more important players like Bachi, Barkley, Loftus-Cheek to kind of push out. I agree. Maybe a lot of teams don't want them. That's why we found a home for Kepa, and now Kepa wants to push the move. Maybe that's what's happening. But I do not understand what the hell is going on in this board to pay 3/4 of his wages when he's the only one in the market to compete with Mendy.
Thank you very much for that. Just quickly, let me catch up with the chat. Again, it says, hi, Coach. 7 a.m. here. Yes, I know. EST. Again, and about to pass out after a long night. We'll definitely watch the rest later. I hope you're doing well. More importantly, Chris, please do let us know. Says we've got 4 weeks of this window. We need to strengthen it. It strengthen it, not weaken it. Again, Todd Bowley is now walking on the ground. I believe him. I believe so too, and we hope to see results soon. Lovely to have a SportsWire on the panel. No? That's not SportsWire. It's a different person. SportsWire have a different account. It's Gopo. It's some Chelsea Perspective. It's Chelsea Perspective family member. It's not SportsWire at all. Again, says how many loans you think this goalkeeper will have? I'm not sure. Kepa to Napoli. That makes me happy. Wage bill freeing up will help you
wage bill
in more players.
We're freeing up $40,000. I know.
Exactly. He never likes them, and we're still paying 3/4 of his wages. That's 75% of it.
I just did the math.
Yeah, exactly.
We're paying $110,000 for this guy to play another shirt. Where they're only paying $40,000.
It doesn't make sense.
Days. What wage bill is freed up declined? Come on,
it doesn't make sense in any way. Casillas started his Madrid career
the client's happy
at 17, and Donnarumma started at 18. Slonina age is no issue. Again, his age is no issue, but what we were thinking, the speculations were that he's going to remain a Chicago Flyer for 2 years or so, and that was what we heard then out there. But him coming, which means probably the manager has seen him and probably thinks he's going to do better than Kepa Arrizabalaga. Maybe because he's taller or something like that. But I really don't want to talk about that. Kepa needs to work. I think he needs to work for his own sake. Again, just let him go. He's been disrespected more than I think. 3/4 of his wage are still a lot. It means it's a good chance of a sell after the loan. That is if they agree to insert the club to insert an obligation for him to leave permanently. But we'll see what happens. Again, declared football don't work that way. We giving up players means we get them if we're able to sell Kepa to Napoli. Good enough. Again, but that's, by the way, Tobago coming in with the point. But before Tobago comes in, We have 91 people watching and we have just 43 likes. Please, if you haven't, take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the support and all the love you've shown to the channel. Go ahead, Tobago.
Okay, yeah. With Kepa, I don't think it's smart for Chelsea to let go of Kepa and still paying huge number of his wages. We rather tell Napoli you need to pay at least half, not a quarter of the wages. That's not acceptable. But again, as Tuchel said at that press conference after the Arsenal game, he said a lot of players want to go. Maybe we don't know. Maybe Kepa is one of them who's pushing to go. Maybe due to the World Cup that is coming in later at November. So we don't know. But again, I don't think it's smart for us to let go of Kepa now, because like if Menz is going to be injured, who's going to play that role for us? So I think we should just
you don't force a player to stay if they want to leave.
Yes, you can, because it's part of the contract. The contract agreement is 2027.
What mindset? Listen. I'm not saying it's possible. It's possible. It's not. The point isn't that it's not possible, man. It's possible, but if you force them to leave, what mindset are you going to leave them in? If you remember the game against, the final against Liverpool. It wasn't like he came in. If you look at him, he looked like he doesn't want to be there. And he's known to be a good penalty taker. But when he took his, he just looked as if he never wanted to take it before. Why would you? Just a perfect example. We know what happened, how he was benched in the Club World Cup final, how he also benched against Liverpool, and then you brought him in to come stop penalties for you. If you were him, man, I know you'd be seriously pissed that you're not starting that final in the first place after you've been the one between the sticks throughout the whole, all the games before that particular final. So it just doesn't make sense. The mindset of the players matter. That's how I want to see. Go ahead, Tobago.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm still here. As Tuchel said, like, some of players need to go. But again, we can let go of Kepa if we don't pay those kind of wages. It's not acceptable. How can we do that? And then remember, we've paid a lot of fee for Kepa. So, man, again, I'm so in the middle with this Kepa situation. Personally, I don't think Kepa will go unless we get a replacement for him first. But also, we need a good replacement for him.
If we handled the situation well, the case would have been that we have two world-class goalkeepers in our ranks. Find a way to manage them and keep them happy, and not just make the other one feel like he's nonsense, and make the other one feel like he's a god. That practically, whatever happens, he still remains the number one goalkeeper. It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, go ahead, up with your thoughts on the Kepa Arrizabalaga situation.
See, from a financial point of view, this move might make sense. Even from an emotional point of view, if he wants to leave, I can understand that. But I do not understand the fact, why are we selling a keeper? Fine, emotional. Let's keep the emotional side aside. But why are we selling our backup keeper if we know that the keeper that we are signing is only going to come at like the 1st of January? So what happens if Mendy gets injured? Are we going to trust Marcus Benatelli to be our backup, to be our starting keeper? And that is a cause of concern for me. So at this stage, what the board could have done better was to probably, rather than going for the keeper that we have got, Slonina, I think if it's correct, rather than go for him, why not go for another keeper which is available in the market? For example, Keylor Navas. I believe that he's the most underrated goalkeeper in the world. He has won 3 Champions League with Real Madrid, and he's anyway looking for a way out at PSG because Donnarumma has taken his place, and he will also be available for 15 to 20 million as well. So rather you spend that money on a world-class keeper, rather than spending on a young player who you don't know when will return as well. So it just doesn't make sense for me, this this entire situation regarding the goalkeeper, the second goalkeeper. It doesn't make sense to me.
I think you raise a good point because Navas has actually worked under Thomas Tuchel.
Exactly. So yeah, you're right. And Tuchel has worked with Navas, so he knows him very well. And if Navas comes, why can't he be the starting keeper? We can keep Mendy as a backup. Navas is a world-class keeper, and he does not make mistakes as much as Mendy is making right now.
So
And I'm
if
sure
I get your contribution right, you're saying it wouldn't make sense to let Kepa Arrizabalaga go, right? To keep him.
yes, right now,
But
because
how about seeing things? And again, we've learned over time from under Frank Lampard that he's an very emotionally driven individual. Every little thing like that, derails him for a pretty long time, and he doesn't come back, from those setbacks quickly.
I understand that you make a good point as well. But what Tuchel or maybe the board could have done was just give him that a bit more confidence, saying that, you know what, we might need you for a while. Just give him that confidence. Like you said, he's an emotional person, and confidence plays a key role as well in how you in your emotions too. So why not just back him up and say that, see, we need you for a year, one more year, or some more time. After that, we'll be willing to let you go. But this right now, I get the emotional aspect, and you're right. Players do have a say, but from a squad point of view, this does not make sense because if Mendy is injured, we are in deep trouble. We cannot rely on Bernatelli to be our starting keeper in Champions League games and big Premier League games.
Yeah, again, I get your argument. Let's go back again. Let me try. If you're one of the mods, please keep blocking this since I don't want to accidentally highlight it again. And again, it was a hotkey that I costed, but that's why I'm going to install a bot to always not let it even show in the first place. Let's go back to this again. To me, he's a fine addition, to the team. It remains to be seen whether he's coming in as a replacement for Kepa Arrizabalaga, but we don't know. We'll see what happens. And while we're at it, again, the panic bus driver just joined the panel, and I want to get his thoughts. On this signing. But first of all, it's important to ask Rodrigo, my brother, how are you doing? I know you followed the discussion you have.
Yep.
You heard Goppo's input. You heard Tobago's input, and you heard Matt's input regarding the departure of Kepa Arrizabalaga. And we're hearing that we've signed Slonina, Gaga, if you prefer, and he's coming in January. But coming in January, that doesn't make it look like he's coming in as a replacement for Kepa Arrizabalaga, except if the case will be that Bettinelli holds the second choice goalkeeper position temporarily until January comes, because I don't trust him either. I want to get your thoughts on that. But first of all, how are you doing, my brother?
I'm good, and it's my birthday today, so all good.
Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Rodrigo Rogers. If you haven't, please, if you're in the chat, take a second to say happy birthday to Rodrigo Rogers. He's one of us. Again, it's important that we do that. Happy birthday to you too, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey,
Yeah,
congratulations for becoming a yay smarter.
Yeah, yes, Martin. Yeah.
Maybe you'll drop the keys for the panic boys since you've become the smarter. Go ahead.
In fact, the older I get, the more anxious I get about Chelsea. Yeah, I think this is a no new signing really. It's the same signing. It's a similar signing to when we signed Omari Hutchinson from Arsenal. I don't consider this signing as like someone that's come in to reinforce our team. I didn't even. I saw this list like, oh yeah, we signed Lady Gaga, yeah, and then what? It's not. Yeah, it's like I think he's gonna go straight to the development team. I don't know if is he better than that Sharman Role, someone like the kid that we have in academy. So
I'm not sure, and there's no way to tell what the manager has in mind. But go ahead.
Yeah, and for me, like I don't know why we want to loan Kepa. If Napoli only gonna pay.
Are you really asking that question? Have you not followed how Thomas Tuchel has treated him?
Yeah, I know, but we still need a second choice keeper. We still need, ideally, I don't know if these we usually had these old goalkeepers around, like the Carson, what's the guy that plays for Watford? Maybe like I think he's gone to City. Like we need a backup keeper then. Because obviously I understand like Kepa want to play because obviously he's a World Cup year and he could potentially make the Spanish national team. But if he stays there, he won't make it. So yeah, why you want to go, but from Napoli's side, they're only going to pay us 25% of his wages. I mean, we might as well keep him if that's the case.
So, how much is we're paying 75 of his wages? It just
Yeah,
doesn't make business sense in any.
Yeah,
however you want to say it, but go ahead.
So that's not really. I mean, I don't see the benefit of that. We actually losing out because we're gonna have to get another keeper. I don't trust Bettinelli. He's not good at all. So if Mendy's down, then we're in serious trouble. We're in serious trouble. And Mendy, and I feel like lately we need to talk about Mendy as well. Lately, I think he's been a bit suspicious, to say the least. So I don't know why Tuchel's not giving Kepa more game time. This could have been resolved. I remember last year when we played in the World Cup, Club World Cup. I mean, Kepa played a really good semi-final. Should have rewarded him by playing the final as well. But I guess, it doesn't rate him that highly.
Yeah, your thoughts on what happened that night. What do you think? It just doesn't make sense in any way.
At all, because the semi-final, I think Kepa was really, really good, and I was expecting him to start. Because Mendy only landed in Abu Dhabi, I think, maybe 2 or 3 days before the final. It was very close after the AFCON, maybe a week after the AFCON. So it was very close, and it didn't make sense why Kepa didn't start. He should have played the final. But anyway, we won the game. This was the most important thing. And ever since then, even like the old Cup games, he was still mainly playing. So I don't know if the relationship was broken at the time. But Kepa looks even in the actually the only clean sheet that we kept in pre-season has been with Kepa. I'm now gonna claim here that Kepa is better than Mendy, but Kepa needed some fair share of games to feel like he's also part of the squad. I know one of the panelists said, why don't we go for Keylor Navas? I don't think Keylor Navas would want to come here and be second choice. That's the reason.
Do you think, how about if he believes, having worked under Thomas Tuchel, that he can come and become the first choice goalkeeper? Haven't he worked on? He's worked under Thomas Tuchel.
It could be. I think he's a very good shot stopper, and from what I remember, he's actually good with his feet, unlike Mendy. But would he come in and be guaranteed? Because the goalkeeper position is a very tricky one. You don't usually change your goalkeepers week in and week out. So the reason I think he's leaving PSG, obviously, because Donnarumma plays. He used to play most of Champions League games, and now Donnarumma seems to be playing everything. So would he come here to just sit on a bench again, or would he come here and bench Mendy? I think he potentially can bench Mendy, but I don't see that transfer happening. Yeah, but it will be a good transfer.
It will be if it happens, but we'll see what happens. Again, let me see what we have in the chat already. IBC says we'll have a young goalkeeper coming in, I believe. At the same time, it's time for Kepa to spread his wings and play first team. It's not time to bring in a goalkeeper to compete. It's a backup. It's a backup needed. If a backup is needed, again, it's a backup needed. But Tinelli, I don't trust him that much. But we'll see. September 10th, Mendy will face the legend of Alessandro Mitrovic. I pray for you all. I don't want to fight you right now. Again, Mendy is making a lot of mistakes, but he's still the most favorite in our squad. That's why I'm not sure why Thomas Tuchel has made things like that. Maybe it doesn't, but in public, how we see them both communicate, it doesn't seem like something is wrong between the two of them. Maybe Kepa just, doesn't simply fit the profile of goalkeepers that he likes to work with. I just don't know why. He's good on his feet, and then he can stretch, even though he's not that tall. But that's, by the way, that was a time when Mendy made a lot of mistakes, 3 in a single game, and in subsequent games he started averaging 1 mistake per game, and he was still, guarding the post for us. I couldn't believe it. I thought maybe it was time for him to drop to the bench and for the manager to make him understand, look, you're not indispensable here. For his own good. That's enough to help him to start doing even better. But it didn't happen. That shows you Thomas Tuchel simply doesn't trust Kepa Arrizabalaga. But that's, by the way, the manager knows what he wants. So Tuchel haven't said anything bad about him. He wouldn't. Even if they have issues, he will not. But for him to have, two finals that you can argue that Kepa Arrizabalaga deserved to start, he was drafted to the bench. To me, there's nothing else you want to know. Happy birthday, brother Rodrigo. Some people saying happy birthday to you. Happy birthday from Gabriel Slonina. Again, Rodrigo, long life and prosperity, and may you drop the keys of the panic boss so that people will start to think, glorious birthday again. Lots of them. I hope you're seeing that yourself. With a very good and solid defense, there's no panic about the status of the keeper on the goal. That's the truth. Again, but a good defense also starts with a goalkeeper who's able to communicate very well, who's able to play with his feet, who's good on the ball, because we like playing out from the back. So that's a goalkeeper who cannot play, or who's not good on the ball. His performances can affect the performance of the defense. It is as simple as that. So it goes both way. Good defense, good goalkeeper, good defense. With a bad goalkeeper and good defense, you still have issues because the players cannot trust them. I hope you understand that. Rodrigo, happy birthday. Quite a lot of them. I'm jealous. I'm going to start reading it. I agree with Gopo's point of view. Why not go for Navas? Yeah, most especially the fact that he's worked under Thomas Tuchel. That makes sense. Nowadays, I don't even trust Mendy. He does silly mistakes. When we argued that, people thought we weren't paying attention. Mendy, after that game against West Ham United, he averages a single mistake per game, which is an okay. 75% of his wages is too much for Chelsea to pay. They must rethink about that. Again, that's the truth. Happy birthday, Rodrigo. Hope you have a great day. Stop with the birthday wishes. I'm getting jealous. For Miss Nationals keeper, just Viola, the queen of the house, joins us. I hope you're doing well. I understand your situation. Again, I believe things will get better. And if you're in the chat, also take a second to let Just Viola know that we'll be praying for her, that whatever she's going through, that she will eventually overcome. So again, just stay strong. So Kepa cannot defend the high corners. Again, that's a disadvantage. Mendy himself, we can start talking about his deficiencies too. Again, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. I appreciate all the content there, comments already, contributions in the chat. If I missed your comment, I will try to get the subsequent ones. So Rodrigo, again, let's go to the next topic we have here, which is Chelsea still retain interest in Rafael Leao and Anthony, although both will extremely be expensive. Alanson Maxima has been considered, as has Martin Terrea. Sane is available at buying a significant asking price for who? For Sane? There has been a scouting on both Jared Bowen and Harvey Baines. Rodrigo, I'm just going to let you take it from what you're reading on the screen.
Yeah, I'll start from the bottom. Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes is
Go ahead.
Harvey Barnes is a good player, and again, unrealistic. I think Leicester will just fleece us. They'll ask for ridiculous money. Same with Jared Bowen. This is not like Sevilla giving Koundé for free to Barcelona. Here in the Premier League, these teams will fleece you. They will ask for ridiculous money. So you wanna sign Harvey Barnes? Leicester will tell you what, he's 75 million. You wanna go for Jared Bowen? Yeah, 80 million will do. And we're not gonna spend that sort of money. But from the two Englishmen, I think I prefer Jared Bowen. I just like the way he plays. And then up to Leroy Sané. That's not happening. I mean, first of all, he get paid really well at Bayern, and Bayern again. All these three transfers the thing that's gonna kill us is a transfer fee. We're gonna end up having to fork out maybe close to £70 million for this.
When you say he's worth it, but go ahead. Who are you talking about exactly? Which of them are you talking about?
Sané is worth it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's definitely worth it. Like I would, if it's obviously it's not coming out of my pocket. If he is coming out of my pocket, I'm definitely picking from those three. Yeah, Leroy Sané, and then Alain Saint-Maximin. I've never seen Martin Terrier. I know he's a new kid on the block. Everyone keeps talking about him, and I wonder if these people have actually watched him play. I've never seen him play. I haven't even seen his highlights, so I'm not gonna pretend I know him. So maximum, he plays. I don't. He's too immature in his game. He plays like a.
Look, you can say that even louder.
He plays like a. He plays like a schoolboy. So I don't know.
Still plays like that and dribbles himself. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, he dribbles in circle. Like seriously, man, I've seen once he beat the player with a dribble, and then he went back to try to beat that same player again. I'm like, what is the point? You've already done that. You created space, release the ball. Yeah, maybe he needs some discipline in his game. He's a maverick. He will do something out of the blue. Fair enough, but at a big club, there's more. You have to have more variety to your game than just dribble in circle, and then you.
But again, that's a chance. The moment he joins us, he becomes an even better player because he'll have a better player surround him.
Yeah, and he'll have to release that ball quickly. And actually, it could be an idea. It could be that one player that obviously that does things out of the blue. Because if you look at all the players apart from Sterling, they're all very methodical. So they're all just like, they're running, cutting. There's no one that does something. There's no one that does any skills that do something out of the blue. So maybe this could be that player, that X factor player. 85th minute, you need someone to do something mad, and you could have him. Again, I don't see why. Why would Newcastle sell him? Like, there's no. It doesn't make sense.
Because they've become a big club now.
Yeah, they're becoming a big club, and at this moment, they want to buy. They want to go in and prove on the market that they can retain the best player and attract big players. So it doesn't really make sense. But if there's an opportunity there, if he's coming at, let's say, 35 to 40 million pounds, fair enough. We could look in. And then Anthony and Raphael Leão. Anthony, Ajax are asking ridiculous money again.
Rodrigo, just go ahead. Once you're done, you can hand over. You can hand over to Gopo. Let me get something quickly.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Yeah, okay. Anthony, there's that tax. It's a heavy tax. It's called a Eredivisie tax. See, as he done. I've watched one of few games of him in the Champions League. He looks very good. It looks like a player that could do a job for us. But that tax is too big for me to ignore. It's the same tax I give to Bundesliga. So, and the money.
But again, Rodrigo.
Yes.
Anthony is a good player, but due to a high price, no.
And the tax. So it's not just it's the same thing. I'd rather if we have 80 million pound, right, on the table. Todd Bowley is asking me, so Rodrigo, I have 80 million pound. I've got Anthony or Leroy Sané. I tell him, just go for Leroy, because at least we've seen him do it in this league. I know he was homesick, maybe because he was too young back then, but now maybe he could do it. Yeah, he's a good player. I'm not gonna pretend like Anthony's crap player, but he's good. But this just the money and the Eredivisie tax, and then Raphael Leão. He's one of my favorite attacker at the moment. He just has everything. He can play across the front three as well. This guy, he has the pace. He's like 6'2" or something, and he has the technique of of a nimble short player. He can run, take his man on, and recently, I've listened last season, he's been improving his goal scoring, and he has something I like about players. He has the clutch genes, so he scores those goals that win you the game. Those key moments, he comes up. Some players don't have it, and I feel like he has those moments in him. So
here's why I still think it's possible to get Raphael Leão. Is this now we're hearing that we're planning on selling Hakim Ziyech to AC Milan for 8.5 million. That just doesn't make sense in any way. It's not like that's the loan fee. He's the plan. What we're hearing is that we're selling him for that amount. Which means there's you could argue there's some measure of agreement in place. Maybe we want to get Leão. And for anything, and him having just a year or 2 years left on his contract, I think Milan, they have to sell him now. And Leao himself and his agent, and I heard his agent is Jorge Mendes, right?
Oh, yes, yeah.
So he's well connected, and he knows too well that his client can be earning even more money at other clubs than he's earning at AC Milan. AC Milan right now, I think, is offering 1 point something, or they say like, but I think they are 2 point something. But Jorge Mendes is asking for 4 point. We have players earning 10, 11 yearly. This guy, given his talent, they could say over time that Rafael Leao, it could, mature into, a generational talent, because you can't say he's one now until he's done and dusted. When you look at everything he's achieved, then you can start arguing that he's a generational talent. So go ahead, you were saying something.
I feel like what people thought Havertz would be, or Havertz is what Rafael Leao is. He's very silky, and he's very skillful. Like he's a very, very good player. I think it's worth it. If we have the 70 million or 80 million to spend on a big signing, I'll spend on this. I'll spend on this kid, and I feel like obviously we can on the salary package. Yeah, he's on what we see here, like academy wages. So he could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you could argue also the fact that he left his contract to this level shows, I think he wants to leave AC Milan.
Yeah.
And I don't see them keeping him. He wants to leave AC Milan, and I know he can do well. Let me quickly catch up with the channel now, bring in Gopo, and then go to my brother. Again, I'll go to my brother Tobago. Rodrigo, I don't know if you're all connected with Tobago. He hosts a stream sometimes, and I think whenever time allows, I think...
When does he do the stream?
That's what he's going to tell you. I think he hosts sporadically at this point. One of the words I can't say. I think he'll educate you on that. Alisson, Ederson both have made mistakes, but their clubs have backed them at Chelsea. At Chelsea, it's a Drummond. Again, they didn't make mistakes consistently. You don't see them making mistakes every game. Listen, the argument is here. It's not drop Mendy. It's show Mendy he's dispensable. He has to earn his place. That's the way it is. Look at some people who say, look at, for instance, Manchester City's mistake. They fueled their second choice goalkeeper in the final, and they lost. He made a solid mistake. But Liverpool they fielded the second choice goalkeeper on 2 finals we've met, right? Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the first one was definitely their second choice goalkeeper, and they won.
Yeah. And
even the second one, I think they did the same. So for making that argument, we should just pay attention to what other teams are doing. You have to show Mendy that it's not his to keep. Mendy is a very fine goalkeeper, a good one at that. And believe me, I know people argue otherwise, he's still good with his feet. But sometimes it just looks as if he loses concentration when you think he'd be well concentrated. So he needs some competition for his own sake. Otherwise, those mistakes will continue. And I argued then, and I must argue, he averages a single mistake per game. So I'm going to quickly catch up with the chat, and I'll come back to Gopo to give us his thoughts on that particular topic we're looking at on the screen from RPG Journalism. I think that's his name. I get your argument, by the way, Chelsea all the way. Hey, please, I'm okay. Again, just saying hello to each other, saying, again, how are you? Why we're expressing ourselves about keeper when our attack is pathetic. We'll still talk about attackers, and there's a chance the club is looking at the attackers we don't know. And I've always argued that's probably partly, our frustration is that we don't know who all the players that the club are talking with. Heading out now, Kuchula, talk tomorrow on the Blue Moon Show. Nice to see you, brother. Thank you for finding time to join us. I appreciate that. Why is everybody still saying happy birthday to the Panic Boss driver? Happy birthday, Rodrigo. You have wine, you have cake. I think you have balloons there. Have a fantastic day and a wonderful year. And may you drop the keys of the Panic Boss.
I love this. Coach, I love this. So maybe next week I'll come again and say it's my birthday. For people who want.
I'm not going to be surprised if you do that. Again, if you're watching, we have 94 people watching and we have 54 likes. Again, we're shooting for 300 likes, but we haven't even made it to 100. If you haven't, please take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel. Again, just Viola, you see this sending you best wishes for a speedy recovery. It's not hard directly, but again, that makes sense. Prayers for you coming from Liam Lane. Again, it says I can decline a player RCB. I'm not sure. I know he's a versatile player. I don't know about RCB, bro. I will take some maximum anytime, any day. That's like I've said before. There's a chance he comes to Chelsea and fits in, similar to like Starfire and Arsenal, and become an even better player, less selfish maybe. Man City are now interested. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Nice to see everybody else that I haven't said hello to here. Again, sorry if I skipped any of your contribution there. I'll try to get to your subsequent contributions. It says he needs the competition for him to get his head in order. It's as simple as that. Thank you very much for saying that, Turner Brandy. He needs the competition. Yep, that's the truth. Here says that Chelsea talk too much on transfer window. One more passenger for Rodrigo. Gopo, you go ahead. Let us know. Can you see the comment, or do you want me to open the comment for you?
No. I know what topic we're talking about, so it's fine.
Go ahead, brother.
So, see, for me, it depends on. See, Tuchel should have a clear plan on which player he wants and for which position. See, we know Sterling was a marquee signing this season. His best position, according to me, is to play on the left side. So if we bring someone like Rafael Leao, who again plays in that similar position, are we going to bench Sterling or are we going to put him on the right side? Where I find that Sterling is most effective down the left. The second thing is Kai Havertz's position. See, for me right now, Kai Havertz, he's causing a bit of concern to me. He's not producing the physical numbers as he's supposed to do. I don't know why. Maybe it's just that he doesn't fit the particular system that Tuchel is playing. He's not a winger. He's a, what do you say?
If I can come in quickly, if you don't mind, Kai Havertz has always been a slow starter.
Okay.
Even when he was still was the club again he played for before we signed him. He picks up, towards the middle of the season, but I hope that changes because it's not good. But go ahead.
Yeah, because that game against Udinese as well. I mean, apart from 2 moments where he had a shot, he was ghosting the entire game. He was not involved in anything at all. So if you see that right wing position, which currently is the most vacant one, we can look for players like Anthony, who play on the right, Jared Bowen, or even Sane. All these 3 players will roughly come around that same price, 70 to 80 million. So that is one position that I think if we have 80 million to spend, we should go for one of those 3. Personally, I would like to go for Jared Bowen, to be fair, because Sane is a world-class player. But the thing is, he's very inconsistent. The thing is, if he plays well, he will score you goals.
But was he inconsistent when he was in the Premier League? He did quite well. I think he had to leave because he fell out with Pep Guardiola, if you ask me. But go ahead.
Yeah, in the Premier League, he was perfect. He was good. But the thing is, if you see with Bayern Munich, he has been very inconsistent, to be fair. The thing is, when he's playing good, he will be amazing. He will give you goals. He will give you assists. But the thing is, he's very moody. He's very...
he's an emotionally driven player.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. And when he's not in a good mood, you will be like, why have we spent 80 million on this guy? So it is like, there is no gray area for him. It's either black or white. It's like that. So personally, if you see, I would rather go for Jared Bowen. I mean, I think last 2 seasons he has been, killing it with West Ham in the Premier League. So I would go for him. I think he's a very talented player, and he will add huge, quality to that right wing spot, which currently I'm not too, with Kai Havertz, I'm not too optimistic about him right now in that position.
That's a serious argument there. And again, you made a good point, but if you follow Kai's career, he's always been a slow starter. He always picks up. I don't know why that is. And we've seen that pattern at Chelsea too. Yeah, I think you see towards the end of the last season, he picked up too also. But that's why, by the way, let me quickly catch up with the chat. Just Viola, I hope you've seen the message from Liam Lane to you, and I'm going to scroll to the very bottom of the chat. And I've read this one here, and this one too. I see the chance Haaland and Messi yesterday. All I hear is it's not his day, bad day in the office. Imagine if Lukaku missed that again. we've moved on beyond Lukaku. There are a few factors that you could argue that led to Lukaku not so in his second stint at Chelsea. Now that he hasn't, didn't go as we all thought it would. Again, I think Ziyech, I've shown you the message. It says like the stream, people, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Again, thank you for 55 likes, which means we need 45 more likes to get to 100 likes. So if you haven't, please take a second to like the video and also to subscribe to the channel. Again, thank you for all the support. I appreciate that. And again, something that I've said, and I've always said it, I really do mean it. And I think somebody came in to try if I was serious, saying they want to donate £100, to the channel, trying to know what I was going to say. Listen, again, I'd rather you not donate your hard-earned cash to the channel. But if you want to do that, your option. I'd rather you like the video, because the more you like the video, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered, and the more people will be able to reach, and the more fun we'll have here. The more people will have here, the more the chance for us, to learn from every other people, because the more diverse we are, the more we can learn much more and become much more, how do I expose, to the world view of others and learn from them. But that's, by the way, again, we're here to talk Chelsea Football Club. Again, if you haven't, take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel. And here stays Havertz of hope. He will be on point soon. I hope that happens. Hi, Blues. How are you? Hi, Lolo. How are you doing? And how did the game go yesterday? I searched every channel on my television set. I couldn't find it. And even online, I was not able to find it. I don't like going to areas where you'd have some stuff ruin my computer. Leao, Anthony, and Sane, all are good players. We need one of them. I preferably for me.
Coach, one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you ever need like good stream and things like that, just message me. I've got this app. I will pick up with you. I've got this app that's it's very good.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Just share with me, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, brother. Yeah, thank you. Who will be watching Fulham Villarreal Club friendly in 2 hours and 10 minutes? Okay, maybe I'll try just watch it for the sake of having a conversation for you. But that's by the way. Tobago coming to you. Let us know. I don't know. Are you done, Gopal, or were you still talking and I cut you off?
Just one point. See, I would like to ask a question to you, Kochila, and the panelists as well, even the viewers as well. How do we get the best out of Kai Havertz? Because in Bayer Leverkusen, we know that he played like a second striker or sort of a cam centre forward hybrid role. How do we get the best out of him? Because if we do not sign a winger or any other player in the forward position, he's going to be leading the front line with Sterling and Mason Mount. So how do we get the best out of him? Because he's really, really, concerning me this season.
Here's the thing. It's really difficult to say where or in what position has he done, played had his best games at Chelsea Football Club. As a second striker, he's done well also. As one of the 2-8s, he's done well also. But I think I'd rather have him, a bit outside the box, which is as one of the 2-8s if we continue playing that system. Because here's the thing, I think one thing we haven't seen him do at Chelsea, and one thing that he hasn't shown at Chelsea is that he's a creator, actually.
Correct.
He's a fine creator, but we haven't seen him do that consistently at Chelsea, probably because we've had issues in the striker's position, so he's always deployed to do that because he's versatile. And as a number 9, he's not bad either. Maybe as a hybrid number 9, he still does quite well. And there's still something, maybe that lack of consistency is the only issue for him. Because you could argue as a number 9, he's done well. He makes good runs. He reads the game quite well. And he's that player that he exploits the slightest of spaces he finds on the pitch on his day. If he give him an inch, he would do some damage with it. But my only issue is that he's not been that consistent. So if anybody on the panel want to come in regarding Kai Havertz, I think feel free to do so. Rodrigo, I think we should please remind me about that question. I want Rodrigo to address it, and also Tobago to address it. Tobago, can you address that question on Kai Havertz? Or if you prefer talking about what we have on the screen, you go ahead.
I can address about Kai Havertz and also on the screen, but I'll start with Kai Havertz.
Yeah, go ahead.
With Kai Havertz, I believe Kai Havertz is a 10 for me. And then, like as I said, it's a second striker for me, or is a 10 for me. Him as a first nine, I can see him sometimes trying too hard to do a lot of things and end up making mistakes. So I feel like Kai Havertz sometimes he need to relax and enjoy his talent because it's a talented kid. But again, he does a lot of mistakes time and time again. And also, you mentioned something. Yes, Kai Havertz starts slow, but at the end, he's so good. Hopefully, this time he can start good and end up good because, like, I've been hearing a lot of fans are giving him this season to improve, or we need to sell him. But I don't think the club will sell him because he's still young. And with what on the screen, I'd rather take Gareth Bowen. But again, I don't know how much will West Ham want Bowen with. I mean, the price tag for Bowen because he's a good player. He's direct. We need direct players at Chelsea at the moment. If you're going to replace Hakim Ziyech, if you leave him. But again, from my own perspective, I don't think Ziyech will go unless we get a replacement for him first. Because like we can't release a lot of players and end up having a slim squad and then end up dropping points because of how our squad is so short. So we need to be careful on that. From now on, I believe at this point of the transfer market, we need to bring players in first before we can send players. Because yes, we've been struggling with sending players. It's not easy in this market, and the new owners, they are trying all their best. So we need to, from my side, we need to buy players before we sell them. I'm sorry. We can't sell Timo, Werner, Kepa, whoever wants to go out before getting replacement for them because this will hurt us. Just remember last time we sold Tammy and Giroud, we got Lukaku for him. What happened to us? We dropped a lot of points. We didn't do well as we wanted as fans because we had those expectations that we might challenge for the league. But again, we didn't. So I think in this transfer market, we need to be smart and then do things in a good way.
Again, that's the. I think we have to remember. It's easy to forget that probably because of how much they earn. I'm not sure how to say it. Probably because how much we paid for him. Again, so much is expected of him, and you can say he hasn't delivered consistently. But we seem to forget how old he is overall. But that's, by the way, again, I want to get Rodrigo's thoughts on that.
Yeah, with Havertz, how do we get the best of Havertz? I agree with. Is he? What's the other fella on the panel? I agree with him. He can't play on the right wing. He's just not it. He can't play there. He can't play in the number 10 because we don't play number 10s anymore. Like the style of player we have, and number 10 is redundant. So the only position that he needs to get better at is this false 9. But then again, when I saw Sterling playing that false 9, Sterling was just a different gravy. It's different.
He's mastered that art of fulfilling the false 9 role under Pep Guardiola because he's played him that so many times.
When you have like a player like Sterling, who's a marquee signing, and playing in the false 9, is is a position where he will have the ball. He will be the focal point of your attack, and I think that's probably what Tuchel sold the plan to him. Like, you're gonna be the focal point of the attack. So if he looks like Sterling in some games,
I think he has a bigger role than that because he was everywhere against Udinese. Yeah.
So where do we play Havertz? I haven't lost faith in Havertz. He has the fundamentals. He passed the eye test. Havertz scores. He scores a 68 on the eye test, so he passed it. So he can play. False 9 is the only position so far at Chelsea that he's done well. He could play, and if you play 4-3-3, right midfielder, we never played that formation. His defensive work might be you'll need more cover. You need people to cover for him. He's tough, man. He's tough. I'll keep him as a false nine. The right wing. Now, when I heard about the argument of having a right winger, that actually makes sense because Pulisic prefer playing on the left. Callum Hudson-Odoi prefer playing on the left. Mason Mount is not really a winger, so we're forcing him to play on the left, play him on the right, but it's not really his position. So we actually need the right winger now. When you think about it, because Ziyech is not dynamic enough to play in the formation that we do. That's why you always need people to do runs for him, to do the overlaps and underlaps. But we don't do that enough when we play with a back three to utilize Ziyech as a proper right winger. So yeah, I see why we should probably go for another right winger, because Havertz on a wing is not it. At least Mount, when he plays on a wing, he gives you. He has at least skills. He can beat his man. He can do something on a wing. When I see Havertz on a wing, you might as well play with 9 players.
I think playing on the wings isn't his thing, but that's by the way. It's not at all. Let me see. Yeah, go ahead. You were saying something.
No, I think just to end this, I think Havertz is a false 9 because we don't play with number 10s in our formation, unless obviously Tuchel change the formation, play back 4 with a number 10. Until then, the best position for Havertz is as a false 9, really.
Yeah, false 9 or one of the 2-8s if we're playing like 3-4-2-1 formation. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Again, a Red Star FC brother, how are you doing? He says we need to keep Kante feet for the new season. I think I'm going to highlight this. I really want us to talk about the importance of Kante, because it does seem the way our midfield, how well we did this past, the game against Udinese, the first one in particular. We learned how important he is to our team. And then again, I hope those who's been calling for the club to sell him, they realize we can actually do without him. Even if he doesn't play deep, even if he plays wherever he's on the pitch, his break-up play there's no other player in that team that can measure Kante's ability to break up opposition play or read the game or his ball recovery and all that. But that's why I'm going to catch up with the chat quickly and come back to the panel so we can move on. Havertz is a 10 who cannot create a chance to save his life. Again, have we played him as a 10? You could say no. That's just a team up. Pulisic is a true 10. It makes it's a make or break of a Kai this season. Kai needs to step up. I think he needs to do more. I have to agree with that. But why we argue that it's important that we don't look beyond his age. He's still very young. One of the youngest players actually in the team. So if you're watching now, we have 95 people watching and we have just 61 likes. And remember, I'm still hopeful we can get the 300 likes. If you're able to help the channel to reach 5,000 subscribers, I think, this 300 likes is nothing. And by the way, thank you for 5,000 subscribers. And like I said, I owe you guys a huge giveaway, and I will not disappoint. Plus, the Roman Abramovich tribute contest will still take place the moment the transfer window shuts, so we haven't forgotten about that. Again, says Todd being smart, he's learning from all his mistakes. It's not easy taking everyone on by himself. Again, I don't think it's good. This is not the job. This is not the type of the job you say one can learn on the job. Nope, I don't think so. You can't. A nurse doesn't learn on the job. They learn by watching. They don't learn by participating in giving people injection or prescribing drugs. No, they learn by paying attention. When they're ready, they're ready. Again, but that's by the way. I think by now he's probably paid people, to help, facilitate the club's activities in the transfer window. It's as simple as that. Again, starting is Man City's play trend. That's the truth. As a false nine, I think he's mastered that role. Sterling is one of the best in attack. Kai on the left. I think they will make. We'll see some brilliant. How do I phrase it again? A link up play in the attacking area, even in the midfield area. Given the players we have, we just have to be patient with them. It will take a while before it clicks properly, but we'll see that happen. Remember, when Lukaku got injured, when we had Kai as number 9, we had Mr. Mount behind him, even when it was Pulisic or Hakim Ziyech, the fluidity was so delicious to watch. But they didn't produce. I think they produced some goals, some beautiful, combination play and goals to follow, which was the icing in the cake in most cases. I think we'll start seeing that again more often. Mason will be used in right wing, I believe. I'm not sure yet. Let's see what happens. Kante can score from, and look at that goal he scored against Udinese. It wasn't about power. Again, it was just placement and intelligence. It was low and hard, but it wasn't really about power. It was about his intelligence, knowing if he placed it in that angle, given that the defender that was in front of him was blocking the goalkeeper, it would be very difficult for the goalkeeper to stop it. Which signing do you think is the nearest for the next week? It's a difficult one. Anybody on the panel want to talk about that one?
Which one do you think is the nearest for next week? Oh, this what the comment there, the nearest sign. I think it will be a defender. I actually feel like we're gonna push really hard to get a defender. I have a funny feeling we might actually sign Pavard. I'm not really a big fan of that, but I feel like we will. It's Pavard or Skriniar. I heard that Skriniar's agent was in London.
Are we linked with 2 Pavards, right? No, one.
There's one, from Bayern. Pavard, yeah.
Go ahead.
I feel like the signing that we'll make soon will be a defender. It will be either Skriniar or Fofana deal is a long one because the money that Leicester are asking for him is not going to be an easy deal to make. I feel like the Skriniar one, since I heard like his agent was in London. Remember when Koulibaly's agent was in London as well, and then up signing him. So maybe Skriniar, which would be a better signing than a certain French defender that we were after. Thank God we didn't sign him.
I'm not going to say anything to you. But the truth remains, I think we must state this clearly. We're learning from Sevilla themselves. You can find the information if you follow their official Twitter or their website. We pulled out.
Yeah.
If we were serious about getting him, we could have gotten him, but probably we decided to go for other options, or maybe not to waste too much. Maybe we have enough defenders to do well. Let's focus on other areas. I don't know why. Go ahead.
I also feel like Sevilla shot themselves in the foot. They thought they will mess around with Chelsea and get more money. They thought Chelsea will come back in a bidding war. But what they forgot is, no, we're not interested. We offer you £55 million. You don't want to take it. All right, fine. We're gonna leave. And then so that I think in the end, that's the reason the sporting director was meant to come out to explain. Because how can you explain to your own fans why we took less money from our rival? Because Chelsea never came back. So they tried to play a game where they thought, Chelsea will come back. It will be a bidding war, and then end up paying more. But thank God we never did. So, yeah.
Coachella, I would like to make a point here.
Go ahead, brother.
I think there is there's a logical reasoning behind why we backed out of Koundé's deal, because I spoke to my cousin brother who's actually a Barcelona fan. All right, so I've been getting a bit of stick from him recently, but that's a different thing.
I don't know.
We deserve it. We deserve getting some sticks from them.
Yeah,
go ahead, brother.
It's been the last 2 weeks have been a bit tough, but nevertheless. So he told me that there's a very reliable journalist, a tier 1, who's currently with the Barcelona squad and the board of directors in the US. So when they spoke to her, it is clear my cousin told me that the meeting that happened between Todd Boehly and Laporta was not just about transfers. Yes, they did discuss about Azpilicueta, Alonso, and Frankie De Jong as well, but they also came to some sort of an agreement or a consensus that since both the targets of the clubs are similar, they will not enter into a bidding war with each other. It was an agreement or some sort of consensus that was made between both parties, because Todd Boehly is new to the market, so he does not want to damage relationships with Barcelona. He's trying to build relationships. So when Chelsea were close to making the Koundé deal, when we're about to finalize the Koundé deal, Barcelona had pulled out. We heard rumors about that for one day. And
Yes.
that's when Barcelona had shifted their targets and gone to Inigo Martinez of Athletic Club. Now, when they were negotiating with them, they found out that this guy they're going to only start talking at 60 million for him. And he's 31 years old. So that is when Barcelona decided that rather than spending 60 million on him, we'd rather go on Kunde. And when Barcelona came in, Chelsea pulled out. So there is some sort of an agreement between those two that there will not be a bidding war. They will not enter into a bidding war for any of their prime targets or their key targets, because it was both clashing. Kunde was wanted by Barcelona and Chelsea. So I just wanted to let you guys know about what happened, and I
So
think this makes sense as well.
so that
To be
makes
fair,
sense, because then Sevilla in all of this, Sevilla is the losing party, because they thought they could get more money, right? But Chelsea,
exactly.
yeah,
It doesn't make sense. I mean, why would you accept a lesser fee? It doesn't make sense, right? If
Wow,
you're
Yeah,
selling
I
I
something
think
to
agree.
you,
this
I
this
would want something
explains
higher.
this. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Gopo.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense, because if I was selling something to you or maybe to Kochila, I would take the highest price, right? It
yes.
doesn't make sense you take the lower fee. There's no logic there. So this is what they had both agreed to. So I thought I'll just let you guys know to why we pulled out of the Chelsea deal.
Yeah, I think that explanation makes sense. I'm going to catch up with the chat, and I'll come back to the panel. I know you. It looks like you want to say something. You wanted to say something, Tavano, but I'll come back in a bit if you don't mind. We cannot sell Kante. He's one of our leaders for the younger players. They will learn a lot from him. More importantly, Kante is an exemplary professional. There's no other player you can say that's a better professional than Kante. Congratulations on 5K subscribers. Congratulations to you two. We all did it. So thank you for all your support. You think Chile will ever regain the former from before? He's moved to Chelsea. Or are you saying? I think he has actually done better after he joined Chelsea. He's become a better player since he left Leicester City, won the Champions League and a couple of other trophies. The question would be: do you think from his regain his form from before the injury? That's where I've always been concerned, because it was a long-term injury. Because usually players don't get back to their best, but I think it will happen. He just needs time. Don't expect too much of him, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, his case will be different. Red Star FC says it's amazing to see Kante push up in the play again. Maybe Thomas Tuchel recognizes he's an intelligent player, needs not to waste him in the midfield area, and in the attacking area. Since we start defending from the attacking area, which was the same thing that Mauricio Sarri did, I think it would be nice to have a further forward there. I think he'd do a good enough job there. Says Ben Private Brian has no confidence. They don't. I think I'm seeing actually that he's decided to stay, but we'll talk about that in a bit. We need a cover before we sell and tweak Chelsea. We need cover. We don't just sell. And I think the club, they know that already. They're not going to let any player go, except if they're sure, very sure of bringing in a replacement. Because if you make that mistake, we end up with a depleted squad in terms of depth and probably quality. Because you can't let the likes of Hakim Ziyech leave, even though he wants to leave, and then not bringing in anybody else. You're creating a serious problem for yourself. I'm hoping for more signings, but we'll see them. I hope so too. I think the K-Boy saga is also on us. Like Gopo explained, we weren't serious with Puda. We didn't want him, and we learned that from Sevilla too. I really want us to win something next season. I think we will win something, and that's a chance. The most surprising aspect is this. The most surprising aspect is this. I think for the past 2 days or so, the narrative in the Chelsea fan base has shifted from, oh, we're going to suffer, oh, Arsenal are better than those, oh, it's going to be a long season, to, wait, we actually do well whenever we're underrated, whenever we're underdogs. That's on everyone's lips, except the panic bus driver. I haven't had him say so. But the truth is, on 2 occasions that we've won the Champions League, nobody expected us to do so. Even the league itself, under Antonio Conte, nobody thought we'd get there. And now they're saying we end up in the 6th position. And if you look at our team, not too much have actually changed.
Coach,
we lost Antonio Rudiger and what's his name, Andres Christensen, and we brought in one defender you can say can do a good enough job, better job than 2 of them. And we still have some young defenders who by now must have learned how Thomas Tuchel wants the game to be played and have both improved. But that's by the way. Go ahead, Tobago. Go ahead, Rodrigo. You wanted to say something? Sorry.
I was about to tell you. Are you ready to learn the Europa League anthem? Oh, 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 oh.
But again, Rodrigo, wait, Rodrigo. What I know, every time we go to Europa League, we win it. Rather than Manchester United and Arsenal, they go there, they play in the finals, they lose. That's a big factor for us.
Every time we're in the Europa League, we win it because we show our class. We're bigger than that level. We want to get out of it quickly.
Yes,
Again,
and then
that's how I see it.
Yes, and then I would love to thank one of our panelists. I don't know his name. He said something. Yes, something delicious about Kunde and Rafinha deals. Yes, we wanted them, but yeah, it makes sense. Yes, and then I've been telling people this, like, look, yes, we've lost Kunde and Rafinha, but at least it's not one of our Premier League rivals. Yes, we wanted them. They will fit well into our system. But again, what should we do? Should we fight with Barcelona over this? No, this is business. It's win or lose situation. But again, if you lose this deals against our rival teams, Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, whatever, then I'll be mad. But again, this makes sense because like Todd Boehly is trying to building a network, a relationship, and it doesn't want to ruin that fast. So I'm glad we're getting more clarity of this, and then we should move on Kunde. We should just get another target. And then from my own perspective, I feel like Fofana, yes, his fee is too high, but again, it's the easy target because Leicester needs money in order to buy players. They can't buy players because they are not in a financial fair play rules. So Fofana is an easy target, but again, it won't be easy. But again, if I was Chelsea, I'm going to push hard for Fofana just like we did with Ben Chilwell.
The truth is, again, given what we've learned so far, I think if we really want Fofana, he's coming to Chelsea. Because we've learned now, especially what Gopo explained. And Gopo, thank you so much again. And sorry, I forgot, that qualifies as a delicious, contribution. But Tobago got it. Now, here's the thing. What we're learning right now is that the players that we went for and we didn't get. We didn't lose them to Barcelona because we couldn't get them or because they're a bigger club than us, because we wanted to, and because probably we have a gentleman agreement in place. But that's why I'm going to catch up with the chat so we can move on to the next topic. Big up, says Matthew Lee Benjamin. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. As you guys can see, we're not using a bot. It's called Nightbot. It's going to be in the chat. If you use some stuff repeatedly, it will warn you and then it will block you. I think that will help me not to make the mistake of highlighting a comment from the love chat XYZ blah blah blah. But that's, by the way, Matthew Lee Benjamin says the Bama video, guys. Keep liking the video. We have 88 people watching and we have just 67 likes. We're shooting for 300 likes, but at least let's get to 100 first, 150, and then we'll take it from there. If you haven't, please do take a second to like the video. Thank you for all the support. I sincerely do appreciate that. Saying hello, we need to keep our brother Kante. He's key to our future. We need give new contracts as soon as possible. I think the club recognizes that, and I know that Thomas Tuchel likes him. He's spoken well about him. I think he'd give him another contract, but we'll see. Coach Apik sign a wing back, a defender, or a defender and an attacker. You don't even have a midfield option there. I'd rather pick a midfielder right now because you sign at least let the signings be balanced as in the way they come in. I'd sign a midfielder, but giving you a question, I think a wing back because we signed a defender. I think you could say the crowded in the attacking area, maybe a wing back. Because we don't have a capable, rotating player for Ben Chilwell and Rhys James at this point. It says if Kante wants to leave season, then it's fine. I don't think he wants to leave. It's whether we'll be able to offer him more than a year contract because we have that policy of offering just 1 year extension contract the players over the age of 30. That may have been the delays, why we haven't offered him a new contract. But we'll see. Sarri's master plan is coming together. Well, that's left in the deadline. Shock signals of Immobile. Yep, again, signing of Immobile again. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and we can, I will try to read subsequent comments. Chelsea wants to swap Werner with Vadio, but Leipzig wants to keep the player. More possibilities. Yeah, I think we've read that. But the point is, it's going to take something more than just Werner, probably plus more cash. So we'll move from this here. Let's see what else we have to talk about here. This one here. Yes.
Can I make a 1 point here? It's a funny one.
You can always come in and make it.
Yeah, the last time Leicester City sold a defender for 80 million, it did not end well. So I think we should keep that in mind as well.
Rodrigo, your thoughts? You take that one.
Oh yes, swapping Werner for. Leipzig are not stupid. They're not the value of Vardiol. So it would be good. We swap him plus cash, as long as we get rid of Werner, we get rid of his high wages and a squad position in the team. We can give Sterling the number 11 shirt as well. Yeah.
For me, go ahead, brother.
I think I remember what Tuchel said. He's looking for defender, but particularly a left-sided centre back. We can then put Koulibaly on the right, have Vardiol on the left, and then Ampadu. I've been impressed with him when he played as a central centre back in the back three. So he'll be rotating with Thiago, or sometimes Koulibaly can play in that position. From the back three, I feel like we need more of. It's hard because personally, I think we need a right-sided centre back more. But Tuchel seems to think he needs a left-sided centre back, a left-footed centre back. Because I feel like Aspie, we just need to let him go. He's a legend. He wanted to leave. We need to let him go, and we need someone more dynamic to play on that side.
But it's something we shouldn't let happen if we can bring in a replacement.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, if we can't bring anyone in now, we can't just let him. We can't just let him go. Like, or because you're a legend, we're gonna let you go to Barcelona. No, Barcelona have to pay money, and we have to find someone to replace you. Yeah, but Vardiol is not obviously not a replacement for Aspie. And I've actually been impressed with Emerson as a left centre back. I don't know what other people think about this, but I wouldn't mind.
Who?
Emerson will be our backup left centre back.
No, really, he's the worst. Even he doesn't read the game too well for me. Attacking, he offers quite a lot. But go ahead. I know you're entitled to your opinion. And I want to quickly say to Resta CLC, that's a robot doing that. Again, I'm going to try to make the settings so it's not that strict. Again, the AI deleted his messages, so I'm just going to click on view. But go ahead, Rodrigo, you were saying something.
Yeah, this swap deal, hopefully it can work. But swap deals are very difficult to do in football. Swapping players, how often does it even happen? I can count on one hand the number of times I've heard swap deals actually happening. So if we can make it happen, Werner going the other way, and then we get Vardiol for maybe plus cash. It depends on how. I don't think Werner hasn't proven that we can value him for more than £30 million. So yeah, it depends. It also depends on if the Leipzig player want to leave Leipzig. He's only been there for a year. Maybe you want to stay there for longer. I heard his friend with Kovacic, they're both Croatian, could play a role in this. Yeah, if we can get rid of Werner and get this guy, that would be amazing. But let's see.
We need super agent like Kovacic.
Yeah.
That may well go a long way. Let me catch up with the chat, and I'll come to Tobago, and I'll go to Gopo to make his point on that. Chelsea went to Swaki. I've read that. Says the coach, I will join soon. Again, I have to go to work. All right, brother. I hope you enjoy your day at work, and thank you very much for always finding the time to join us. Red Star FC, remain safe. I appreciate that. Take care, all. Again, thank you very much. Harry Maguire defender again, and that's a brilliant point that I must say again from Coco that the last time a defender went to another club for that much money, he didn't do well. But I will look at the case of how much when Manchester United broke the record and got Rio Ferdinand, he became one of the best defenders they've ever had at the club. If you want to argue something, you could argue that again. But I get the point. I get the argument right there. Here it says, cannot let Werner join Leipzig if they want to listen to us for just Gavardiol. It doesn't work like that, but I get your argument there. And I wouldn't want him to join Newcastle either. I'd rather him go to Madrid since we're here and they want him because we play a very high line. And Werner, he enjoys, exploring spaces. That's his thing. Whenever there's space, he exploits spaces, so to speak, and he will probably score goals against us. So I don't want that to happen. I'd rather him join Leipzig or Real Madrid since we're here and they're interested in him and signing him. I don't even think it needs to be a swap deal. It doesn't, because swap deals are very, very complicated, especially if you want a player as valuable as Vadio from them. They value him so much. I don't know if they've extended his contract. They've always reiterated that they don't want to sell him. So even trying to give them Werner, who, they value him. They know what he's achieved and how well he did when he was still on the club there. But I don't think they value him as much as they value Vadio at this point. So it will be a complicated process to try to get Vadio, even give them Werner plus cash. But we'll see. Anything is possible. We'll never know. Leicester value for Fofana for 18 million, which is 18 million euros, which is 68 million pounds. If that's the case, it's not bad. According to our RMC report, we cannot, bring that figure down. We can bring that figure down to 55 to 60 million. The fee we wanted to pay for Kunde, we can do that. And again, I don't think we'd pay in the first place. I don't, by any chance, believe we'd pay anything close to 75 or even 70 for him. That's just the simple the truth. But that's, by the way, I want to get you told the Vadio Timo Werner exchange possibility and Timo leaving the club, because Timo leaving means we're getting a replacement.
Yeah, to be honest, as I said before, and then a lot of Chelsea fans will hate me for this, but again, I need to say my opinion about this. The reason why we've got Lukaku at Chelsea is because Timo Werner was not firing enough at Chelsea. We thought he would be the Timo Werner of Germany, scoring goals left and right, but again, he was missing chance for fun. But I understand it's a new league, and then he's trying. And yes, and then you've got Lukaku because Werner was not finishing those chances, and then it backfired. So personally, man, Timo Werner should go on a loan. And again, if Leipzig doesn't want to bring a Gabriel to Chelsea with this sub deal, I understand, because like this kid just came in for one season, and then maybe they feel like it's not the right time to let him go and stuff. But again, also in order to build a good relationship with Leipzig, and then without sub deals, we should just give them Timo Werner a loan deal. He take the pay cut, they pay the wages for Timo Werner, and then next summer we'll tell them, look, we want Nkunku, and then he can get Timo Werner. That's it.
And the fact that we're here and he's susceptible to take the pay cut shows, I think that the World Cup is his priority, not the salary. But most people think he wouldn't worry so much because he earns so much money. And that I want to ask you this, Gopo. Let's not talk too much about Lukaku into it, but I want to ask you this question. I think Lukaku's arrival added to Timo Werner's woes at Chelsea.
You're right. It definitely has, because if you see, Lukaku was coming from the form of his life from Inter Milan. He was scoring goals for fun there. So if we spent 90 to 100 million on him, he was going to be our starting striker. And at that point, Lukaku was 10 times better than Werner. I mean, he can make those runs, he can finish as well. But we did not know how. We didn't expect the what do you say, the betrayal sort of like a betrayal sort of situation that he put
In
us
terms of
into.
his behavior, I know.
Yeah, because of his behavior, it was actually shocking. To be fair, after a player who has signed a 4-5 year deal coming out and saying that I should have not left the club was very bad behavior from him. But definitely, it has added to his Werner's what do you say problem. See, Werner is a striker. You should His preferred position is as a striker. But the thing is, once Lukaku came, he did not get the game time initially, and I have a feeling that sort of not trust, but that has just carried on towards throughout the season. Because if I thought that once Tuchel came in, he'll be one of those managers who can revive Werner, and bring him to take him to the next level because he's German and all. He will be able to. He understands his style of play, but I guess that has not happened. So I think this is the best move for him now to leave the club right now.
Yeah, the best move for him, the best move for the club, and all that. How about you, Rodrigo? Do you think that's the case? I think that's the case. Also, it heightened the issues he was having at Chelsea Football Club because focus shifted from solving Timo Werner's problems of not missing chances is form issues, and boom, look, the focus shifted to getting Lukaku to start scoring and not Timo anymore.
Exactly, yeah. This is what when I hear a lot of Chelsea fans say, "All we need is a goal scorer. We just need a goal scorer." I'm like, no, we just don't need any goal scorer. We need someone that can fit our system. And say whatever you want about Werner.
You can say in simple terms, we need forwards
Exactly,
that can finish because we don't want our goal scoring opportunities to be whenever we get to the final third. Then we have a point of reference for goal scoring. That becomes an issue. We have to channel our efforts to score goals through a single individual. That makes it even more difficult for us to score.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so
go ahead.
Say what you want about Werner, but in the 6 months when Tuchel took over, I saw improvement improvement not in his finishing, but improvement as in his contribution to the team. It was actually, and it's not by luck that Werner found himself in position to score goals, and he just kept missing chances. That's Werner's biggest issue in the 6 months after when Tuchel took over from Lampard. Obviously, last season, what happened is the club spent £97 million on Lukaku. So the focus was on Lukaku, and Werner didn't really play that many games, and he was in and out of the team, so there was no rhythm to his performance. So fair enough. Now it's a World Cup year. I understand that his spot in a German team is not guaranteed. He could miss out, so he has to go to Leipzig and play more games. And
I think he has to. You're very correct. Just quickly before we continue, Goper here, he has a Twitter account, and I am his only follower. So I'm going to share the link to his Twitter account so we can, because what he's doing here on the panel, and then you can see his contributions has been great. He understands the game very well, and he's welcome to the Chelsea Perspective family. If you haven't, please go follow his Twitter account. Again, let's get up his number. He should have at least 100 followers on Twitter, but he has just one, and which is just me. But again, I always remember I was his first follower, so you can't take that away from me.
I would recommend people not follow my Twitter because it's my cousin brother uses my account. Okay, we have the same account, and he's a big Barca fan, so he likes all Barca.
Yeah, I see the retweet there, but it doesn't matter.
So please don't judge me on that. I beg of you guys.
It doesn't matter. I don't think anybody would judge you, but I appreciate your honesty there. Yeah, so you want to say anything on what we just said? Do you think Lukaku heightened, I'm talking about you, Tobago, heightened Timo Werner's issue at Chelsea?
No, as I said, I think Timo Werner is the reason why we've got Lukaku. If Timo Werner was scoring those chances he missed, we shouldn't have got Lukaku. And again, you are right. We don't need a striker. We need wingers that are good on finishing the chances that we are creating. Even now, we can see like the Udinese game, we created so many chances and still we are not finishing them. That's a concern. We need players that will finish those chances in order to be successful. Because like we can't depend on our defense. Sometimes our defense are having a bad day at the office. So we need players that will finish the chances we are creating. So with Timo Werner, the reason why we've got Lukaku is because Timo Werner was not finishing those chances. That's my say.
Yeah, again, thank you for that. I'm going to catch up with the chat. I'll come back, so we'll switch to the next topic. Says we should try, and it will never work. It's not going to be that simple. It will be even more complicated given to the team of Werner's poor form. People forget the team of finished with the highest goals and assists combined the season we won the Champions League. That's the truth. But then again, he didn't score as much as we'd expect him to score. And again, I will never forget. You're quite right. Even when he wasn't scoring, he was creating. But people are quick to judge him because he misses so much too. But I've never been the one to judge him like that. I know he has his deficiencies. Some of them are surprising at this level of football. But again, I want him to leave, to go where he will thrive, more importantly, not because I don't like him as a player. This was on his first season in the Premier League. Despite having two different managers in the first season, those things we have to consider. I think you're right. Tuchel is in love with Vadio and size football, conservatory sites. Okay, Leipzig values Vadio at 90 million. Maybe Timo Werner will cut that price in half. Will get him. Again, Werner gives Torres vibes. Yep, you could argue that. He didn't deserve to be a holding bench so heavily, like, the wall, like it was all last season. I'd argue otherwise. There was a time he was awful, and he was starting games after games after games after game. There was a time the player that should be starting actually was Hakim Ziyech, but Werner started instead. I don't know. I think there was some, shifting positions to accommodate Werner actually. But my point is, I disagree with you that he was benched. No, he actually started more than he should, even when he was, when he stanked, if you want to phrase it that way. At least Torres scored a Champions League goal, so he's better. At least Timo Werner also, you could argue, scored some crucial goals for us towards the final of the Champions League. And in the final of the Champions League, he was the one that made a decoy run that lured the Manchester City defenders away and created space for Kai Havertz to run in. So that was what I love the most about him actually is his decoy runs for his attacking counterparts, if you want to phrase it that way. But that's, by the way, let me try catch up with the chat again. Please go follow Gopo. That's the link to his Twitter account. I think I'm his only follower right now. Let me know if you followed him too. First season at Chelsea, he finished with a similar goal against goal average as Mane did. I think he did well. Again, people spend too much time finding things to want to hate him. You could argue that, but I think Chelsea fans actually love Timo Werner. Why? Because even on his bad day, he still gives 100% plus, and I will never forget that. Again, says what does it say? Werner plus 40 million for Josko Vadio. Again, we'll see, but they say if you don't buy tickets, you're never gonna win a lottery. Let's give it a shot and see what happens. I am gonna get on your cousin brother's case.
Thank you, Viola. Thanks for that. It's not going to help because last 2 weeks have been hell for me. So I'm. It's been very bad. So it's fine.
And I like that term he used. It sounds like what Nigerians would say, cousin brother. I like it so much. Again, make sure you followed him already. Chelsea will make at least 4 more signings, according to Fabrizio Romano, 2 CBs, an attacker, and a wing back. I'd like us to sign a midfielder, and I'd like to sign players who are able, to score goals so that the goal scoring will be spread everywhere. So it's not just the sole responsibility of the attackers, because when that is the case, once the attackers are marked out, we're out of the game. If you see seasons where we won trophies, or seasons we won the Premier League, we had defenders who could score, midfielders who could score, wingers who could score, but we don't have that now. So that needs to change. The goals needs to come in from every department of the team and not just the attackers. So, but that's, by the way, Werner is already a Chelsea legend. Wow. I don't want to get into that argument. I have my opinion on that, but it's not for you and I. Yeah, go ahead.
He's a United fan. He's obviously trolling us.
Yeah. Again, welcome to the channel, by the way, Cody Martin. We'll be launching a sister channel in less than 2 weeks, and it covers every football club. So probably you'll come and represent Manchester United. Well, the branding process is done. We're working on the channel itself. Very soon it will be out there, and everybody is welcome. Even now, you're welcome. Again, thank you for joining. Your contribution matters. It's part of the whole process. I just really said, oh, yes, I forgot the good stuff Timo did. Oh, no, because you know I won. You know you like to shame me in public. Wish I said it in a way you'd be ashamed too. Less than 175 million for Fofana and Vardy, according to Fabrizio Romano. And Vardy, I heard that yesterday. I thought it was a joke. We can still bring that fee down to 65 million if Tuchel wants them both. Here's what I want to say. Can you share the link to that tweet? I really want to look at it. If you can, please.
Might be on his YouTube. I think might be on Fabrizio YouTube. I think.
So we really want Vardy, and when I discussed that with Bobby yesterday, I said it wouldn't be bad to have a Vardy in our team. He's experienced, he's quick, and if we're losing Timo Werner, Vardy will be an upgrade. Forget his age. Once you can get the ball to him, and it's one-on-one with the goalkeeper, you can be rest assured he's going to put away the chances. So that's why I'd say I really do want him. But that's why, by the way, anybody else want to say anything else about Timo, or should we move on to the next topic?
I don't want Timo. I don't want Vardy.
No.
Why don't you want Vardy?
Because of his age.
And his injuries as well.
But we're not getting him to be like the number one guy there. At least you can say you have somebody who's ready to come and when we get the chances, he puts them away. How about that?
I personally want him to start Leicester. Come on. I want him to stay. We can't weaken every team in the league. So I want him to stay there because at least we can be assured when Leicester play other big 6 teams, he will hurt them. So come on, stay there. Start Leicester. Score goals against.
Yeah, laugh at him quite well. Gabriel, your thoughts?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a Vardy. To be fair, I mean, apart from the goal scoring, he's also good at riling other people up. He's good at winding people up as well. So from that wise, also it'll be a pretty interesting signing. But I feel like regarding this Timo Werner case, I feel like he has been made the scapegoat of our club. Just like every problem at Manchester United is directed towards Harry Maguire. I feel like here. I feel to some extent I also feel that every Chelsea problem is Timo Werner's problem. Like I agree with you, he's very dedicated, he gives his 100%, but we sometimes blame everything on him. Sometimes we judge him too critically, I would say,
unnecessarily sometimes.
Correct. Other than critically examining other players, we just make
Gopa. I think him and Jorginho Gopa. They're the two.
Yeah, right. Even Jorginho to some extent as well.
Yeah, but on his day, when he does a very fine job, nobody recognizes that.
The Udinese game, imagine he was one of his best games in pre-season. People still come out and criticize the fact that we conceded that goal. They say it was Jorginho's fault.
Correct. I mean, if you guys remember the Werner's performance against Real Madrid at the Santiago Bernabeu,
yes,
he was amazing, and I don't think fans gave him the credit he deserved.
And the 2 games before, he was brilliant too.
He was superb, yeah. He was very good. It's just, I feel kind of bad for him that it's ending this way, I would say.
Yeah, okay. Here's Green Top, my brother, again, from another mother. I appreciate you finding time to join. If you haven't, again, I know he's the biggest channel, but I try to send a few subscribers here and there to him. So because each subscriber he gets from me, I get a chicken wing, a chicken thigh, which we call chicken drum here in the United States. So, but again, if you haven't, go subscribe and let him know I sent you. He said, in the building just to block Kuchila because he's a mod. Go back to sleep. I am afraid Eddie Howe would make Werner a new Joe Linton. The guy is a proper coach. Again, you can argue that Eddie Howe is good. And I hope he keeps the Newcastle job. I don't want a situation whereby by the time they bring in big name players, they start looking for big name coach. I'm sure. Hopefully, he's not just a stopgap for them because he's very good. But that's, by the way, I get your arguments here. I don't want him to play for any Premier League club and then come back score against us because we play a high line and there's always space behind our defensive line, and Timo can exploit that quite well. So thank you very much, brother, for finding time to join. I appreciate that. Yes.
For Joe Linton, give credit to Steve Bruce. He's the one that put him in midfield.
Oh, okay. Let's start from Steve Bruce, but still, you have to give Eddie Howe some credit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much again. If you're watching, we have 77 people watching, and we have 78 likes. There's 28 more likes to get to 100 likes. And so please, if you haven't, take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I cannot thank you guys enough for 5,000 subscribers. And like I promised, I'm planning a big giveaway, and believe me, you will love it. I will not disappoint you. So thank you. I will keep going since you've shown that much love to this channel. I will not disappoint. If you haven't, again, like the video. Again, John Paul's Entertainment says, Coachella, I don't think we need any midfielders for the team this season, considering the talent we already have there. We need defenders and one more attacker like Sterling. We already have Sterling. I think your argument I think it makes sense because what's his name? Conor Gallagher can get you goals. And I think there's a chance Mason Mount start playing predominantly as a midfielder too, and he can get you goals too. But again, I need a midfielders that you every time they play, you hope to get a goal or two from them. That way you can win the league. We can't just hope for the attackers, to be, the goal scorers only. And also we need midfielders who are creators, because the chance creation from our midfield for the past 3 seasons it's been awful, and the goal contributions overall has been awful too. But that's, by the way, here says according to Sports Chelsea have informed Barcelona that they will put in a bid for Frankie de Jong. Okay, maybe Uncle Todd Bowley did have a good conversation in Spain, and not just the Miller alone. Like I've said before, if the transfer win the shots and we don't get at least the Young from Barcelona, then Todd Bowley has to come and explain, like, what in the freaking world did they discuss at the table there in Spain? But from everything we're hearing, plus also what our brother Gopo said here, it simply means I think we're getting something out of that meeting, but we don't know what it is yet. It is not clear, but as the transfer window progresses, maybe we'll have a clearer picture of what they talked about. I don't believe Fabrizio anymore unless the signing he said comes true. We have signed up more than 2 in 8 weeks. Now we will be signing 4 in 4 weeks. I think it's a wishful thinking, a dream. You could say that, but we'll talk about it if in fact, by the time the transfer window shut, we're able to do that. It's possible. The question remains, how much are you willing to pay, to bring in those players in. And Tobago says he has a question, but in a bit, I saw Breuer putting himself in more scoring position. More of our attacker finds it hard to be in that position. You can argue, yes, he didn't score chances that people think he'd score. That's because he's a bit rusty. He didn't participate fully in the preseason. He missed, nearly, you could say 60% or even 80% of the preseason tour. So, yeah, I think he will come good. I'm happy he's staying. And the queen of the house, just be able to say, so that's wonderful food is Frankie. Yeah, maybe that may be the case, because he came out saying it was a good meal. Go ahead, Rodrigo. You say what you want to say before Tobago asks us the question.
Yeah, I was about to say about Breuer before we moved. It's too. He obviously missed a lot of preseason. That's probably why he wasn't participating in the game. If you watch, he wasn't really contributing. He wasn't dropping deep, passing around. I understand. He's too rusty. When you haven't had preseason, maybe you're not match fit, so you can't be running around. And because even as Southampton, I don't know. I think he's one of his weaknesses is link-up play. You need to work on that. So he probably didn't have enough time with the preseason and
that's how I see it. If anybody on the panel thinks otherwise, let us know. Go ahead.
He get a free pass for me, Breuer. Get a free pass into the squad. I still think he needs a few more weeks. Maybe he should probably come off the bench in 3rd Premier League game. So I feel like he might be ready then.
Yeah, I think he will.
He will be. I've got faith in him. I think he's gonna do bits for us this season.
Yeah, well, again, if you're watching, we have 73 people watching, and we have just 80 likes, 20 more likes, just 20 more likes to get to 100 likes. Again, it's obvious we're not going to get to 300 likes, but I know we will break that record someday. But then again, more importantly, thank you for finding time to join us. If you haven't, take a second to like the video. And if everybody asks you, tell them just Viola had already paid for you. Thank you for all the support. Again, keep liking the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. So thank you very much for all the support you've shown. Now let's get on with the next topic. I think it's been a brilliant conversation so far.
Cool.
Let's see what else do we have here. Oh, sorry, your question before we continue.
Okay, it's fine, coach. Before I ask that question, yes, before I ask that question, there's a midfielder that can score goals in the market and he plays for Leicester. But again, it's a different story for another day. My question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Telemans.
Telemans, how many chances did he create this past season?
No, I haven't checked that.
Yeah, he plays very close. I'm going to bring up his statistics here. He plays so close to the final, I thought he should be creating quite a lot of chances.
I thought Tobago. I thought you were going to say Madison.
Madison any day, given his creativity, his ability on the ball, and he can dribble very well. But I get you. Go ahead, Tobago, say what you're saying.
Okay, medicine is way too expensive. But again, I want to ask this because someone asked me this in my stream earlier, and then I thought that I should ask you guys: if Chelsea doesn't finish in the top 4 this season, do you think the club should sack Thomas Tuchel?
No, and I don't think that will happen. We've gone past the era where we just sack managers for the sake of it because he works. And even Roman Abramovich during an interview said he said how he was asked that question in a very systematic manner, and he gave an answer that to me means he sacked managers on papers because whenever a new manager comes in, there's what's called a new manager bounce. Every player wants to impress. But then again, that created a problem. Yes, we achieved so much under Roman Abramovich, but those achievements came in patches. There were, patches of success here and there amount to everything we've achieved under Roman Abramovich. But there's never been a stretch of time where you can argue we dominated the Premier League under Roman Abramovich. The most would be when we won under just Jose Mourinho, we won back-to-back league, right? And then what happens every time we won the league this year, and then for the next year or 2 years, we'll go through a period of of suffering. And you can argue the reason being because another manager comes in, because the process of hiring and firing managers under Roman Abramovich is this. First, we hire a manager because we feel like the previous manager, has started faltering. And there's also what's called player power then. Players maybe they started having issue with the current manager. They get him fired. The new manager now comes in. Now, his responsibility is first of all to solve a problem. After solving that problem, then Roman Abramovich will now given money to start changing the team again. And then at the same time, culture changes. The previous culture or style of play that the previous manager wanted to implement will be thrown out of the window. And then the new manager will start implementing a new system, which Roman Abramovich understands. They don't expect the new manager to win the league in his new season. Until they spend money for him, getting the players they want for him, then the next season the jury will be out for that particular manager.
And coach,
yeah,
to add to your point as well, and that's the reason we have a lot of dead wood in the squad, because when
that contributed a lot to it.
Yeah, these players will perform really well, and then the manager has to assess the squad, and then they end up not selling them because they improved in that 1 year, and then when you fire the manager again, so you have a monster with too many heads. You have too many players from different managers, and you end up not being able to offload them because they will improve. So, for example, when Tuchel came in, Marcos Alonso looked really good. So you can't really justify selling Alonso straight away. We know Alonso is not good enough, because we've seen him under different managers. But Tuchel might be like, right, I want to see him and he's performed well. I have to keep him for another year. But that's a year too long. And then if you don't keep Tuchel, another manager comes in, he assesses Alonso for that one season where he's going to improve. So, you know what I mean? So the cycle just continues. We have to break that cycle. Yeah. So
again, were we answering the question? Who asked the question again? It was you, yeah, right, Tobago?
Yeah.
If Thomas Tuchel losing his job. So again, I don't think the new owners would do that. Again, we won a lot under Roman Abramovich, but those successes, they come in patches. There's never been a time where we dominated the Premier League or Europe for a stretch of period because of that. Because if we give, for instance, if we give a manager like Carlo Ancelotti time, he win the Premier League like 10 times. Let's say if he stayed at Chelsea for 14 years, is that good? If you do the same thing with Jose Mourinho, if he stayed at Chelsea for 12 years, he'd win it, let's say, at least 8 times. Then you're dominating. But it's been here, one manager comes in, and even if they did pretty well the previous season, the moment they start faltering, bam, they're fired. So it created a big problem. But most people don't pay attention to that. Good evening, bro. Smith David, my bro. Nice to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while. Please do let me know that you're doing well. He said, here we go. Barcelona have completed the signing of Smith David from Navi Mumbai, India. That's a good one. Thank you for bringing that laugh to us, brother. I love that. And thank you so much again. I appreciate that. But more importantly, do let me know that you've been good. I haven't seen you in a while. It would be very obvious if we end up with the young that Laporta is a fraud and he was playing games with Man United all along, knowing that he had a deal with Todd Bowley. It is politics and and deception. You could argue that I back my gaffer. I do so too. I think that Dina he had with Laporta is paying dividends. You could argue that, but I'm not gonna say that's the case until we get our man. We could have gone 3 in a row or a couple of times. It would handle things differently. That's the truth. Slonina to replace Kepa feels like that's what it's going to be, but that may well not be the case. Like a massive downgrade, even if he has a higher potential. I see Slonina as our third choice till he's ready. He probably goes out on loan. I think it was who mentioned about Keylor Navas. It was Gopu. He's played under Thomas Tuchel. He's a fine keeper. He's a Champions League winner. That's a chance we could be looking at him. You don't know, but we'll see what happens. Says also, I hope the club looks at Ndika from Frankfurt. I think he would be a really smart signing. I don't know him that much. Please tell me more about him. What position does he play and how good is he? Yeah. So this one now, it says Chelsea are closing on an agreement with Napoli over a season-long loan for Kepa Arrizabalaga, but would still have to pay. Yeah, we've talked about that, and it's annoying. But that's by the way. I think we should just move on from it because we've already talked about it. In a way, Chelsea, Manchester City, and PSG are all interested in Wesley Fofana. He's being considered by PSG should negotiations for a deal to Milan for Milan Skriniar fail. I think this is absolute bull doo-doo. I don't believe it. I think maybe this is let's just say the engineering of this whole thing, to make it like he has no shortage of buyers. I don't think so. I think other clubs that are looking at him will be concerned of his injury record. Go ahead.
Have you noticed only ever since Chelsea were linked to him, now we're hearing PSG or Man City. Come on, we were there before we were linked to him.
Exactly. Are we their scouts?
Yeah.
Rodrigo, no, I think the PSG, I'm not too sure about their interest in Fofana, but Manchester City do have, because I heard that Manchester City tried to hijack the Koundé deal from Barcelona. They are looking for a centre back. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are interested in Wesley Fofana right now.
I wonder why they're looking for centre back. I mean,
even Fabrizio had confirmed it that Manchester City tried to hijack the Koundé deal at the last moment. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Why are they looking for centre back? I've got no idea.
I think they'll probably want to give away Ake maybe because Laporte is injury prone. Sorry.
Could be that.
Yeah,
Is that
I think you make a good argument there. I think he'd rather get to someone else than Ake. Even that they consider selling him in the first place means I think he thinks he can do better than Ake.
But
And probably he's holding on to Ake right now because they haven't been able to bring in is it Cucurella, right?
yeah, but he's a left back though. I think
He's a left back. He's a left.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
don't know
that's where Ake plays for them in most cases.
I don't know why City need a centre back. They
And
have
Cucurella is capable of playing the left center back position, isn't he?
yeah. Oh well, okay. It's strange.
Yeah, he is. But then again, I don't think this makes sense. But what do you think, Gopo? Do you think it makes sense?
About who? Sorry, what was your question regarding
About
what?
Manchester City and PSG? Okay, I think you already talked about it, right?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about PSG's interest. PSG maybe it can be because I don't know about Milan Skriniar's how the negotiation
I
the
think it's
deal is
stalled.
going.
Their negotiations
Yeah,
with Inter have stalled. I think you could argue maybe it's failed, probably because we want the players or something. I don't know. But you go
then
ahead.
maybe it's a possibility. But if this happens again, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I cannot believe it now. Other clubs are being are trying to hijack our targets. This is just incredible. I
Yeah.
can't believe
Again,
this.
Chelsea all the way. Have I read it? Says he plays left side of a back three, and it's very similar to Rudiger at progressing the ball forward. He's 6'4". Who is he
Yeah,
referring
that's
to?
Ndika from Frankfurt.
Oh, okay. I asked him to explain further. He won the Europa League last season, 4 goals and 4 assists from a defender. Very good on the ball too. And Chelsea always says it's coming. I think Ndika is going to rent. A very good player too. Says thanks, Kashila. Yeah, no worries, brother. I think you've been here and you deserve it because I think you keep it objective. You don't insult anybody. Yeah, so you deserve it. Thank you for all the support. We need Slonina now. I understand he will be available after the World Cup MLS season. Does he start for the US? I don't remember. Can you let me know? It's a shame I don't know, but I should know, actually. On Boxing Day, 26 December, Mendy, yeah, Rodrigo, wrong with that one. Come on, I should know. Mendy has lost his form and doesn't command a box, and Kepa is just a money grabbing. I wouldn't say that.
No.
I think he's been disrespected enough that he'd be looking to leave.
Does this person know Slonina is only 18 years old? Does this person know he's only 18 years old? You want an 18-year-old to...
Yeah, he's only 18, yeah, but I don't think age is an issue again, but I think he needs more experience. But go ahead, Rodrigo, you wanted to say something.
That's like having a child in goal. You know, no. It's not, no. Goal is a serious position. We can't have someone, an apprentice in goal.
Yeah, let's look at Tillman's statistics. Is it open? Not just give me a second. I really do want us to look at it. Where is it? Did I lose it? I think it's this one here. Just give me a second. Yep, this guy here. Let's look at Tillman's statistics. Again, do you think he's an improvement to what we have? 6 goals or 4 assists. 6 goals, 4 assists. It's been constant. The last 2 seasons and the current season. But do you think he's good enough for us, Gopo?
You're talking about Yuri Tillmans?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he would be a good fit for our team. I mean, I think his playstyle suits our system. But the concern I have here is that Arsenal and Manchester United are after him. So I don't know from a negotiations point of view whether we can not outbid them, but whether we can get them over the line. But playstyle wise, I feel like he's good. He's comfortable on the ball. He's very good. In distributing the ball as well. And I think he's like an upgraded version of Jorginho to me. He's and he's a bit more physical.
I don't think he can fulfill the Jorginho role though.
No. Like what I meant is he's an upgrade to it. I'm comparing those two players. I mean, he's better than Jorginho is what I'm trying to say.
Wow, that's a wild take.
What do you think?
No, if you watch Tillman, I always seen him. I don't know if he's fit enough. I've seen him. He plays really good for like 60 minutes, and then after that, you see, I don't know. All the games I've seen him play, he doesn't impress me for the full 90 minutes. He always seems to gas out after like 60 minutes. He can't keep up the intensity that high. He's an alright player. I see him more playing like a Kovacic rather than Jorginho. If we get Tillman, you still need. He'll actually work with Jorginho rather than it's not. It doesn't sit deep. He's the one that always goes forward because he plays with his partnership with Ndidi was good because Ndidi was able to sit back for him and sit in front of the back four. And then he played last season. I don't know. Last season, Ndidi was in and out of the team, so I wasn't really following Leicester last year since they fell off. But he's an alright player. It's not. It doesn't excite me. Like he only has 1 year left on his contract as well, right? And if he
Yeah,
comes to
I'm not sure.
He has. That's why Leicester's gonna get him to sign an extension, or they will sell him. And if he comes to us, he's not guaranteed starter. So the sell pitch is easier at Arsenal and at United because they can guarantee him starting position. We can't. If Jorginho, Kante, and Kovacic are both fit, I'm afraid this guy is not starting for us. If those three guys are fit. But obviously, we know these three guys, or at least Kovacic and Kante, never really stay fit throughout the season. So he will get his chances if he comes here. But he's a good player. He has a good strike as well. If the ball drops to him around near the edge of the box, he has a really good shot, and he can score goals on the edge of the box. So we have Gallagher for that, but he's better than Gallagher. I'm not in that pivot position.
Yeah. And Gallagher is more. You could argue Gallagher is more agile.
Yeah, Gallagher is more. Yeah. Even though I've got a reservation on Gallagher, but yeah, he's more. Yeah, Gallagher gives you. If you watch the way we were playing, we're pushing Gallagher really high. I saw Gallagher arriving in a box in the friendly game against Udinese. Even against Charlotte, you can see him like bombing forward. Yeah.
That's something he will bring you. Let me catch up with the chat. When I come back, we'll round up the discussion talking about Wesley Fofana, his injury history. I have something I will share on the screen. And again, if you're watching, please do help me go check out this short video. I'm trying to get the YouTube algorithm know that we're making short videos. Again, watch it. This is 12 seconds long if you want to. Even if you don't want to watch it, just drop a like. There it has just a single like right now. And for this show in particular, I think we still need how many likes? We need about 11 more. 19 more likes to get to 100 likes. So if you haven't, please do take a second, to like the video to help us to reach at least 100 likes. That would be nice. We should have at least 100 likes. Again, here is the link to the YouTube short that I'm talking about. I'm going to also try and pin it. Please go drop a like there and watch it. It's just 12 seconds long. Thank you very much to help me. Let the YouTube algorithm there. Yeah, we make shots here. Again, MC Rad at 3D, thank you for joining us. He says, Kachila, this new Slonina signing, I've heard he's a world-class keeper. And yeah, again, he's good. From what I've seen, his stats last 2 seasons was really good. And how's your boy doing? I get your question again. I'm doing quite well, but I'm guessing how's your boy doing? You're talking about Mendy. Was that what you're referring to? Let me know. Says Kachila, I heard we have agreed terms on Skriniar. Wow. Why am I not paying attention to my update screen? I usually put it on the right-hand side. Not sure why I'm not paying attention. It looks like a lot have changed since I haven't looked at it. But that's, by the way, again, if you haven't, please take a second. Go like that video for me. I'll pin it, the short video. Watch it, share it if you can. That will help me. I really appreciate that. This says, good luck of finding a better shot stopper than Mendy, who's available. We're not saying HK, listen, bro. More importantly, HK, I hope you're doing well. The argument isn't that Mendy is good. It isn't good. The argument is that Mendy needs to understand he's dispensable. He needs to wake up. The mistake has been too many. Yes. If he was like every 10 games once, or every 10 games twice, or even 3 times is acceptable because he's human after all. But it's like he's averaging one mistake, one serious mistake, every single game. By now, some manager would have dropped him. Again, believe me, what's his name? Thomas Tuchel is not going to be patient with him forever. And if Thomas Tuchel should get a goal, goalkeeper as Keylor Navas in, Mendy may well drop into the second goalkeeper. He's good, but he needs to improve his concentration level. Again, thank you for that update there. I think I'll try to find something on that and share with the people here. Don't rule out Slonina taking the gloves. My boy Samuel Reese in America says he's already a very accomplished goalkeeper. Yeah, I'm seeing that, and he's kept a lot of clean sheets. Even the last game he played too. If you destined to be one of the greats, you're already at 18. That's just the truth. Age doesn't really matter, but usually you consider age because of experience and exposure. Yeah, I was going to say that anyway. So thank you. Another clean sheet. Again, I say they are two different players. Joggy and Tielemans play differently. That's why, I think Gop will understand that too. But he was talking about something else. But Jorginho can control a game. He can make a game go faster, go slower. He can frustrate the opponents on his day. I don't think Tielemans can do that. Tielemans can get you more goals. And as we can see on the screen, he can probably create more chances than Jorginho would. Let's say more goals. Jan Sommer could be a goalkeeper, a good player if Kepa leaves. He can challenge Mendy and race both of their games. That's the point. Race both of their games. Because Mendy right now, I think he feels that he's indispensable, whether subconsciously or whether knowingly. The truth remains that is the way it happened. I don't think he fears anything. But if he fears something, he'd concentrate 100% and even more. Tielemans and J5 together as twin six will leave us so exposed. Yep, both and the best defensively. You could argue that. But that's, by the way, again, Kuchila, I don't think he would come to Chelsea. Who are you talking exactly? You're still talking about Skriniar? If you're talking about Skriniar, I think he would come, if you ask me. If you don't think otherwise, let me know why. How much would Tielemans cost?
I think he's talking about Tielemans.
He's talking about Tielemans.
Oh, yeah, okay. It makes sense. If he's smart enough, he'd see things from his own perspective. I don't think he'd get much game time at Chelsea because we have other state that you could argue Mason Mount presses better than him, more agile than him. Something as Conor Gallagher. Those players you could argue suits the way Tuchel wants to play because they press better. Because for Tuchel, if you play up front, the defending starts there. But that's, by the way, again, here's the link I shared. Please, if you haven't, go check out that short video. Like it to help me reach more people. I'd really appreciate that. Chelsea are already in their first interest on Fofana as Man City and PSG show interest. Yeah, we're the scouts now. We'll see what happens on that one. Sheila, I meant the lads on the stream and how to send the link. Oh, I get it. If you should, follow me on Twitter. Let me know it's you. I will send you the link. And the process is the first time you're coming on, you'll have to show your face. And just, it's a process just to be safe. But if you want to come on, you're very welcome, brother. Just contact me via Twitter and that will be done. According to CBS journalist Ben Jacobs, Chelsea wants Inter Milan, Joe Skriniar and Dumfries. I think we may end up getting them. But that's, by the way, right now, let's talk about Wesley Fofana. And I'm going to close out this one. This one right here. I think we have this one. Yep, we're still talking about him. And I'm going to let me just bring up his picture. Do I have any of his pictures? I don't. Then this one would do. But here's what I would do. I want to share that injury issues. It's a serious one, which shows you there's no chance we'll pay that much money for him. Even if the argument...
His injury record, this exact picture is not something that I'm looking forward to for paying 80 million. Really, I mean, this is too. His knee is really weak from the looks of that. Really, and it's frequent as well for last 2 years as well.
Yeah, it's frequent. Yeah, and it's back to back. It's chained. It's not like you see 2021, 22, 2020. You look at from 2019, 20, 19, 20, 20, 21. It's chained. It's one after the other. It's not like this one happened and then the next 2 years this one happened. The first one, knee injury. Games missed, 10 games, 56 days out. The second one, 1920, the same year actually. 19 days missed, 19 days and 2 games missed. And the other one, 2020, 2021, knee injury, 12 days. I'm not sure how many days. How many games he missed? He didn't miss any game. Let's just phrase it that way. And at Leicester, 2020, 2021, knee injury, 6 days missed, 1 game missed, and at Leicester, thigh muscle strain, 26 days missed, 8 games. And in 2021-2022, fibula fracture, that's a broken leg we're talking about. He missed 223 days, 41 games missed. So, but when I talked about that, Bobby did say to me, that's the statistics we can use, to bring down the price. So I want to get your thoughts, Goppo.
I mean, yes, it is. We can use that stats like he mentioned to bring the price down, but I don't know why. I don't know why we are after him if we know that he's got such a bad injury record. That's the cause of that's the thing that is concerning me.
Especially knee injury is very concerning for me.
It is a very dangerous injury. I mean, if you guys remember Samuel Umtiti of Barcelona,
he repeats more. Go ahead.
He was amazing. We thought the players thought the Barcelona fans thought that he was going to be the next big centre back after Puyol, but one knee injury had just completely ruined his career now, and look where he is right now. So I hope it doesn't end like that, but I have a feeling that this is not going to end well because his knee injuries are really bad.
I'm not really worried much about that fibula fracture because that was a clean break, and now he's recovered from that. And that's
what the heck is a clean break? A broken leg is a broken leg. No, it doesn't matter whether it's a diagonal break.
It's not a recurring thing. It's not like he's going to keep breaking his legs. But the knee injury for me, that's very. If it was like hamstring, it was like even hamstring is very. If a player has constant hamstring injuries, how many? I can't see how many mini injuries he's had. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many? Because there's a comment there. Did he have before? What's the knee injury before 1920s? Is there another knee injury?
That's why maybe it's longer. Maybe my brother that shared it with me, Mikhail, didn't get all the pictures.
It's another knee injury. He was out for 56 days.
Oh my God. So he was out for 56. So before the 1920 season, he was out for 56 days with a knee injury.
Again, yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
so I'm a bit concerned.
That is, especially if we're gonna spend close to 80 million.
80 million on it.
Yeah, that's
I'm not sure the fee gets will be close to that. And like Bobby argued, that's the statistic we could use to get him for cheap. But there's another argument Bobby made yesterday that he's still young. He was, but I'm still. It's still a concern for me, really. But that's, by the way, again.
But another thing, if he plays if you play in the middle of the back three where you don't have to put too much
running.
Yeah, too much running. You know what I mean? He's gonna play as a right centre back. I don't know, man.
But then, what will we do with Thiago Silva then? Because we want Thiago Silva because he's the best. I think with the ball at his feet, along with Koulibaly, he's pretty decent. So he should be our middle centre back. He should be the one, let the other faster centre backs like Koulibaly and whoever we are getting on the right should be pacey enough to cover the wings.
Yes.
When our wing backs bomb forward. So we need somebody like a Thiago Silva in the middle to, just organize and keep everything stable at the back.
Mm-hmm.
But we cannot have a person who has got knee injuries as our right centre back nor our left centre back. I mean, you are just going to expose him to more running and he's going to get injured like that.
Exactly.
Wow. Again, it's pretty difficult. I says, could you send me your link on Twitter, mate? I've tried to follow you, mate. But I haven't seen you. Send me a message first. If you send me a message and I see your message, then I respond with a link to the. But again, we have 3 minutes to round up today, but I can still accommodate you. If you can send me a message and I'll see your message and then respond with it, I can. Chelsea and Lazio are close to agreeing a deal. But, I read that too. What does that mean now? Which means we'll be looking for a win back, or maybe Alonso will end up not leaving. But we'll see what happens. That's like 340 days out, injured 3 seasons. Oh, wow. It's really concerning. Let me just use the term concerning.
Especially miss a year. Of the 3 years been playing, he's missed a full year. Literally need a full year out.
Yeah.
Wow.
If we sign up for Fofana, it will be a big mistake. He will retire young. Same happened to Jonathan Woodgate. It's just an investment, a trap. we don't know. There's a chance things change. We'll see player who's but again, it's still a concern.
Coach,
That's the overall thing. Again, he ended worth more than 20 million with that injury list. Fofana has missed more games through injury than he's played for Leicester City. Injury concerns must drop his price by a good bit. That's maybe why we're going, understanding that we can use that statistic to get them for cheap. But go ahead, you were saying something, Rodrigo, so I can bring in Declan before we call it a day.
You remember Ledley King at Tottenham? The guy had knee injury. He never trained. Apparently, all he did light training and play games because they just couldn't have him training with the rest of the squad because his knee he had a lot of knee injuries. I'm worried of when I see a player with this amount of knee. I didn't know this. When I'm looking at this now, I'm actually concerned. I like the player. Whenever I've seen him play, I've always been impressed. But
Declan, do you counter? How you understand what I mean? How are you doing, brother? Your thoughts on this situation right now? No problem, bro. Again, bills don't pay themselves, and everybody's busy.
I mean, the interesting thing, I stumbled what you guys were doing. I mean, this injury list compared to Dembele's is
he's better, actually.
Yeah, it makes him look real good, to be honest. And everyone was in for Dembele, so why are we criticizing Fofana now?
We're not criticizing the player. We're assessing the risk it is to pay.
Sorry. Yeah,
we have to be cautious how much we spend on him.
More choice of words, but yeah, I just want to play it in. He's young. The vertebrae one, what Rodriguez said was right. That's not a reoccurring injury, and so you don't have to worry about that. But the knee injury, we don't know what knee injury and a muscle strain can happen now and then as well, due to overplaying as well. So I'm not concerned, but I mean, it's the ironic thing is that people wanted Dembele so badly, or they just wanted a 5-star skills player on FIFA so badly that they will, they forego their the injury record that he had, and now we look at this, and I mean, every player we're linked with, people don't want to get him.
See, he can overcome these issues. It's not that he can overcome it, but the thing is, at such a young age, having so many problems is not a good sign. I think he's.
I can't even say how many. I only see 3 injuries here.
No, he's got 4 knee injuries. There's one more which I think is not being shown clearly.
Yeah, but look, the 6 days. What's a knee injury? 6 day. Knee injury 12 days. These aren't serious.
No, there's one more.
How many days is out?
Days. There's one more.
I think the most serious is the one he missed practically the whole season. The other one, 8 games is a lot. 10 games is a lot.
That's the fracture, the vertebrae fracture.
Yeah, but again, the price is where I'm concerned now, because no matter how you see it, it's still a risk.
Yeah, you're not concerned about not getting players in.
Look,
you worry about price now.
Right. Let's have it right, as my friend and brother Johnny would say. Let's have it right. It's a risk. I like him as a player, but it's a risk.
Every player's a risk. Did you see Haaland play?
It's even more of a risk now. The price is where I'm concerned. But like Bobby said yesterday, we could use this statistic we could use and get him for the cheap. But I'm sure we're not going to pay anything north of 60 to 70.
You know what statistic you left out is that when leaving it late, we overpay for players, and then the more later you leave it, is that the team will charge you more just on the basis of the fact that they can't replace that position in time.
Panicking then. He's Todd Bowley on the bus now, eh?
He's on the bus, mate.
I thought to relax.
Todd Bowley's gonna relax and he's gonna pay big.
All right, that's by the way. I want to bring Bobby in. Bobby probably came in with a fight. He probably didn't intend to come in, and we'll start talking about this injury issue. But I want to get his thoughts. Go ahead, Bobby. Shoot for it.
Hi guys.
My man declared. How are you doing, brother?
Big up, Bobby. It's been a while.
My man declared he does me proud. He comes and he really puts perspective on Chelsea perspective.
Yeah, no point intended. I understand.
Listen, guys, listen. We need to stop this. This guy is mustard. He is pure mustard. Yes, because he's so physical and young and doesn't really know how to be, shall I say, wise yet in how he goes in for his tackles. He's got some injuries. But as the interesting thing is, people are quite vague about these injuries. Knee injury. What does that mean? If he had a bad knee injury, we'd be talking cruciate or something like that. They would name it. But it has no name. Listen, the guy is now fit. He's had his preseason. I know coming back from a leg break takes some time, but it was a clean leg break. I've broken the bones I've broken every bone on the right side of my body. When I healed, I was back to normal. It's just as simple as that. And I'm not a grade A athlete like these guys are. Let me tell you something. This is the time to get Wesley Fofana. If we miss this season, forget it. The vultures are circling. Yeah. PSG at the moment are already looking at him, but the reason is that, they don't need him as much as we do. But if we allow this to go into another season and people with greater incentive than we do come in, and, we've already seen how weak the Bowley group are in battling some of these older established European sides, we'll get pushed aside and they will take him. Well, we're busy looking at his injury record. This is a negotiating point. We use this to negotiate. Yes, we want this player. Yes, you're asking for X, Y, Z. Yeah, we want to give you this for the reason. Yeah, we understand he's got a 5-year contract, but yeah, there is a risk element. This is his injury history. This is what we use to negotiate. It's not a showstopper. We must get this guy. It is an
So Bobby, guess what I want to understand from you. I know you alluded to that yesterday when we talked about it, and it made sense to me. Yes, we should be able to get him on the cheap, even
not
almost
the cheap,
nearly half the price of
we knew that when we failed to tie Rudiger down to a long contract, and for whatever reason failed to tie Christensen down to a long contract, the replacements, especially for Rudiger, would be expensive. So, let's not mess around. We know.
Yeah, but Bobby, looking beyond that, what I want to ask you is this: no matter how we see it, this is a problem. Do you think it will not be? Do you think it will not be an issue going forward? Do you think it won't cause the clubs problems? Do you think it will overcome this reoccurring? Even if they're not the same. Again, the need, as you can see, repeats.
This guy is 21 years old, as I've said. He's as good as Koulibaly. He's better than Jules Koundé, and he's younger than both of them. At a club like Chelsea, with sound medical support behind him, we can help whatever situation that appears there, which I don't really think is as bad as can be stated. We can help him through it. This guy's a warrior.
He's a good
and it's not like, people can't say, oh, it's so, you're watching a few YouTube videos and you're drawing your conclusions. No, we've watched him one full season in the Premier League. We know what he can do. He was pivotal to beating us in the FA Cup final. So we know what he can do. And yes, he was out for a season with the leg break. It happens. He's back now. He's had his preseason, and it will take him a little bit of time to get his stride. But then you see now he's in a centre-back partnership with people like Koulibaly, with people like Thiago Silva. He will learn that rhythm, learn the tackling correctly, learn to preserve his body because his body is his trade. Wow. It's a no-brainer to me. an absolute no-brainer. And I think Chelsea will regret it if they don't get this guy. To me, it is Wesley Fofana and another. If that be Skriniar, happy days. If that be Gaviador, even better. That would send a message that Chelsea's serious this season. Yes, we've got two fantastic signings, but it's nowhere near enough. The Charity Shield yesterday showed exactly how far we are behind with strength in depth.
Yes.
Period.
He's definitely
Go ahead. Say what you're saying, bro.
I agree with Bobby. This guy is miles better than Kunde. I've seen both play, and
do I expect you to say otherwise?
Nobody, but it's a fact.
No, but it's true.
You know.
No. Rodrigo's case is different. He's always condemns the club's pursuit.
Fofana. The Arsenal centre back Saliba and Fofana, when they were both at Saint Etienne, they were both in that defensive partnership, and everyone kept saying Fofana was the better of the two, and he's very good. Actually, every time we've played Leicester, whenever he plays, I don't think we've beaten Leicester. We actually, and he's not like he's been pivotal in those games. Even the game we played in when was it? In May, when we drew 1-0. He played in that game. He was actually very good in that game. That was after coming back from his fractured leg. The only thing, obviously, like he says, knee injury there. That I was worried because I had the flashback of players who had knee injuries and they never really progressed well. Like lately,
Bobby convinced you.
Jonathan would get, but the player himself is very good. He's a very good player. He's just that I don't know. Maybe we could use the fact that maybe we could use that to negotiate and get a good price. I wouldn't listen if we get Fofana. I'll be really happy. I think he's gonna suit us well as the right centre back. Do we still need a left centre back? Yeah, maybe two. I think Chouameni. What's his name? Koulibaly can play there. Yeah, and he can play.
Here's something I want to say quickly. To me personally, I don't think Fofana is better than Kunde, but I don't think so.
We'll
I don't think so. That's to me. Wait, am I not entitled to my opinion?
No, you're not. If your opinion is wrong.
This is.
Oh my goodness.
This is wow.
Are you watching this?
You're not entitled to your opinion if he's wrong. You're probably
no. Coach, your navigation
system, you pretty quick.
Your navigation system has missed.
Oh my God! This is the attack on me. Even Gopo, nobody here is for me.
Yeah.
Remember, Coach, you got to take into account that
maybe I'll see somebody there that's for me.
Hey, that EPL proven is starting to mean more and more now.
Of course.
Yeah. Isn't there like a 2 years difference between the two? Maybe more?
He's young.
Declared.
Today's 23, I think.
Declared.
Fofana's 21.
Yeah.
Not only have we seen what this kid can do, but we've come up against him. He's proved himself.
Yeah.
Whereas Jules Koundé has not. We've just watched clips. We are assuming he'll be able to handle it. Fofana is good in the air. He's good on the ground. Left foot, right foot, physical. What more? I mean, really? There's no...
Again, here's where I see it. I had a poll out on the community tab where I asked people who they think is a better player. I think majority thinks it's Fofana. I think I'm going to try to look at it quickly. And there's something that, what's his name? That Koundé is better. And I think if you ask me, the reason is just, how do I phrase it? Now that we've missed out on Koundé, people think that he wanted to join Barca and he didn't want to join us. I think that's the wrong time to put out that poll. Had I done it earlier, I would have, seen a better picture of what the fan base really do think about those two players. But the fan base opinion doesn't, it's not a guarantee on it doesn't really give us a clear picture on who's better than the other. But from what I've seen personally, and I'm not going to say it again so you guys don't shoot me out of this panel, but that's by the way. Let me see the poll. I think I can find it very quickly here. The poll says Wesley Fofana or Jules Koundé. Wesley Fofana 76%, 24% says Jules Koundé, but I'm still thinking with 1,100 votes. But I'm still thinking probably because I asked it at the wrong time. After it was clear we weren't going to get Koundé, and then the narratives were that the narrative was Barcelona snatched them up from us. It wasn't that we pulled out because we didn't want to play. But that's, by the way. Let me catch up with the chat. We're going to give the show a few more minutes since the Clyde just joined and Bobby just joined, so we can call it a day. With cost less than 60, well again. If we're sure we can manage the injury and that wouldn't be a big problem, that's fine. It's kind of says, what if we sign Ndika and then he breaks his own leg? Yeah, a good question there. Let me see if there's anything else I could chill out. Yeah, I've sent you the link to, if you have time, you can join us now, but we have just a few minutes to round up. Chelsea not going to sign Ndika. We're not linked to him. It's kind of Ndika is good, but it seems Tuchel isn't looking at him. Yep. I'm gonna scroll to the very, very bottom. She's all mad about Koundé decision. Fofana isn't better than Koundé. Oh, finally, that makes me happy. But that's, by the way. I'm just gonna move on. Says Dougie says lies that were saying Saliba was better and he ahead of his time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They were saying that, but I think Fofana is better. Mm-hmm. That's my comparison. They were saying Saliba was better, but Fofana for me was the better player. That's what I was wanted to say on that point. Okay,
I get that. Just give me 1 second. Let me send a link to someone who wants to join us for the final few minutes of the conversation. Again, here AB says Rodrigo is always injury conscious. Yeah, that's a funny one. Like a stream, people, how many likes more? I think we're just a few likes away. Hitting 100, just 8 more likes, and we'll get to 100 likes. If you haven't, please do so. Don't be silly. Yeah, I get that. I know your conversation. Oh my gosh, Kachila, what are you drinking? What's under my table? Can you see my table? This is water. If you're seeing this is water. That's what I'm drinking. It's huge bottle. I learned that from my what's his name? My brother, I've forgotten his name. Kishan doesn't do that. I think it's I've forgotten his name. It's Kami. What are you gonna do? Again, I'm just gonna scroll to the very bottom. Let me come to you. Let me start with you, Declad. Okay, now Kepa is leaving, right?
Thank God.
And this kid was signed him. I'm gonna show the screen so you see the kid in question was signed him, and we're hearing. He's going to come back, go out and finish the season with Chicago Fire, and then come back to Chelsea. I'm a bit confused. I would have said if he comes and stays immediately, then maybe he becomes a second choice goalkeeper, but it doesn't look like that's the case. I don't know if the plan is so when he comes back, he lives on loan because he's 18. But 18, we should start actually talking about the age of the players because from what we're seeing, I think it's good enough. I'm not sure who starts for the United States between the sticks. I'm not sure. But I want to get your thoughts on what's really going on. I know you're happy that Kepa is leaving. But go ahead.
Well, when I saw this picture, I thought we signed Ronaldo.
They look alike, you'd say?
Yeah, it kind of looked like that, just the shape of his head too. I thought we signed Ronaldo. I don't think this guy is going to be in the team. I think he's one of the players we buy and send out straight away, and then decide from there. I think we bring someone else in or promote one of the youth if we're selling Kepa. But I think this kid, I think he's going straight on loan because he's not even coming straight away. Yeah, he's coming in January or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Okay, who becomes the second choice goalkeeper? It just seems as if we're looking at
could be possible,
but we don't know it.
It could be possible that he joins the team because in January, I mean, you got to think we've got the World Cup as well, so it's only about 3 months. We can do with just Belnetti as backup and maybe one of the youth, and then when in January he comes in, and maybe the academy keeper goes back. It's not. I mean, the chances of losing both your keepers in 3 months is probably slim. I think they'll take that gamble, and then he comes straight into the team. That could be possible for 6 months, and then assess that after that where he goes and what happens. But they're the two possibilities. I don't think, besides that, I don't think anything else of him.
How about you, Bobby? What do you think?
Sorry, I was on mute. I didn't know.
No, I know how that was.
The Kepa situation really confuses me. I mean, the whole idea of sending him on loan and paying 75% of his wages is bonkers. The only thing I can think of is that Kepa himself wants to leave, but then he's in no position to tell the club what to do. I think he has at least 3 years left of contract, and he's earning astronomical wages. So I don't really know what that's about. However, it would appear that it's on the horizon. It would appear. And I don't know, whoever made that ridiculous decision is doing this without really having a backup keeper, unless Gaga is the man. He's already, I think he's having his medical today.
Lady Gaga.
So once he has that and he signs, he's a Chelsea player, full stop. Is he the backup? Possibly. It's the only thing that makes sense. Will he go back to Chicago Fire? Well, I don't know. We don't owe Chicago Fire anything once he's signed for us. So I don't see that happening if we don't have a backup for Kepa. He's a very young guy to be thrown in as a backup keeper. But we've had very young goalkeepers before. But I mean, he's extremely young. What is he, 18?
Yeah, 18. He's just 18.
18. For a goalkeeper for a top flight team, that's crazy. Unless he's another Donnarumma, who was an exception and certainly not the rule. So I don't know. I'm just watching this one because it's crazy. And what makes it even crazier is that I don't think Kepa has been in a better position to take back his number one shirt. I think Mendy is very suspect at the moment. And I think Mendy has about 2 or 3 more games of the start of the season to prove himself. And if he doesn't, if Kepa's around, I can see him losing his place. He won't lose it mid-season, but this is the time. So, when Mendy's on thin ice and Kepa, instead of seizing his opportunity, is running away. I get it. He thinks, playing will get him a place in the Spanish World Cup team. Possibly not. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a crazy one. Anybody else want to talk about that, or should we just move on again? We're at the end of the show, actually. I'm just accommodating people because of who they are, recognize who they are. I know the Clyde came in for a fight. I recognize too that Bobby did come in for a fight. But that's, by the way, let me see. Okay, what does brother have to say? Okay, Gopin, what do you have to say? I'm listening to you. Not Gopin, sorry. Chelsea Blue fan, what do you have to say? Can you hear me? I cannot hear him. Sorry. Again, I'm going to add him back. Can you hear me, brother? Can you hear me if you're there? I think he's struggling with his connections, but that's, by the way, I'm going to come to you. Gopu, your thoughts on everything we talked about today?
For me, about everything we discussed, it's mainly the centre backs that I'm a bit worried about. For me personally, again, like I said, looking at the injury record, I would definitely prefer a Milan Skriniar over Fofana right now, because Fofana, I mean, okay, yeah, he's a good centre back and all, he's got huge potential, but I think right now, if you need to really strengthen the defense, just get somebody like Skriniar, who's a world-class centre back, top 5 in the world right now, and he will instantly, give you performances. And he's not injury-prone at all. I mean, he's not, compared to Fofana, I think he's relatively much better. So from that point of view, definitely I would go for Skriniar. And like you said throughout the video, we also need to get in I think a midfielder as well, like a backup for Kante, especially because if Kante is fit and fresh, I mean, I think we can really go into top four and go really deep into the Champions League because we saw his performance against Udinese. I mean, he was just incredible. He was running the whole show from midfield.
Yeah, yeah, we
Just he
learned
was
how important he is to us.
He's fantastic. He was amazing. So we need a backup for him, but I don't know how things are going to go because we are just, it's really slow from our point of view as well. It's like 1 week we're getting one signing. It's like that. And we don't have much time as well. If I'm not wrong, we just have 5 days left for the season to start, 5 or 6 days left for the season to
Yeah.
start, and about a month for the window to close. So, and we still have to get another 4 5 signings. I mean, otherwise we're going to have a really tough season this time. I have a feeling.
And I think it's important the club extends N'Golo Kante's contract, even if we're bringing in another player. I think he's become, even better at involving in the play. It's no longer his pace, his physicality, his ability to win the ball. I think he's added so much to his game overall. If you paid attention, and it's very important to us. It remains to be seen whether his wage will be an issue, but we'll see to that. Rodrigo, your thoughts?
Yeah. Before Bobby came in, before he convinced me about Fofana, I was on the screen.
Yeah, I told you. I knew Bobby convinced you.
For-
Because
I
he's
like-
good at that.
Yeah, I like Skriniar. We need, the thing is, and the thing, we need another centre back, at least one more centre back. If we get two, that's a bonus. We need one more, either a left-sided centre back or right. It doesn't really matter at this stage. So give me Skriniar or Fofana if we can get lesser to reduce the price. And I don't know. When I look at the midfield, do we need another midfielder? I could argue saying we don't, because we have.
Did Kante convince you?
I was a Kante
Did
guy.
the holy man left foot outside the box
I'm a
convince
Kante.
you?
I don't know. It's you that want to get rid of. You and some other Chelsea fan were calling Kante bum. You don't think I forgot? Especially you,
Yeah, no, that's why I brought it up.
bum.
Hey, listen. I mean, you can get hyped up now. I mean, Barkley got people hyped up in preseason too.
No.
Like, I mean, you could be that person too if you want. That's no problem, Rodriguez.
Kante is world class, man. Bark, come on. Are we-
Hey, Barkley looked really good in preseason. He looked world class, man, in the other preseasons.
This preseason he didn't. Maybe that's the end of Barkley now with Chelsea. But I think Kante, Kovacic, and Jorginho, if any midfielder that comes to Chelsea, if these three guys are fit, they're not starting. They're being on the bench until they obviously understand the team and the role. The only midfielder I can see us getting, if it's possible, will be Frankie De Jong, and then that will be on the last day of the season. I think that the Young saga is gonna be resolved right at the end, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, again, Timo, Werner, you're complaining that the Nightbot is it's a robot. It's not a human being. I think it's too strict. It was just installed today. I had to quickly do it because I mistakenly hit a button and it highlighted the spamming of porno thing on the screen. Just text, not another video. The spamming repeated a chat about naked, blah blah blah. So I had to install that immediately. So probably too strict. That's why I probably put you on timeout or so, or deleted your messages. I will show it in a bit. So don't worry about it. I will fix it. I'm sorry about that. But again, it helps quite a lot. I'm going to go to CBF. That's Chelsea Blue fan. Before I go to Bobby to give us his final thought. Anything you want to, speak your mind. Because you were planning on joining since, but I think you had connection issues. Are you there, Chelsea Blue fan?
Hello, Coachella. Can you hear me?
Yeah, big up. I'm good, brother. Nice to have you on the panel. How are you doing?
It's ways to do, man. It's ways though. I was sending you a thing through.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm right. What I thought with the full you guys have been hearing about the Chelsea for ages about all these transfer news and players with restrictions. Well, what it is with Thomas Tuchel, right? He wants the players that is agreeing to work play for the team. Like with like you said about Antonio Rudiger, you've got a thing with Antonio Rudiger last when manager was Frank Lampard. He never played him, and they're both falling out. And Frank Lampard could actually, on that season, sign the contract for him, but Frank Lampard chose not to sign a contract that season. If he had signed that contract, I would think Rudiger would probably stay. Really like with Barcelona with George Conde and like Rafinha, with who we tried to sign in, and Barcelona hijacked the players like them. I think it would be a good deal, but with Fofana, everyone's saying about Fofana might be coming to us and get it through Leicester. I don't see the potential. He is a good centre back. Don't get me wrong, but his potential is. I don't think he'll be willing to be coming to us.
Why do you think he will not come to us?
Because the thing with Leicester, yeah, they're bid higher money, which is profits on higher money from Leicester City has a lot of higher profits. So if Fofana is he's definitely a world-class centre-back. He's a good class player, and I like the guy. I would love him to be at Chelsea. But you will understand, they'll probably offer Fofana about 80 mil to 100 mil, and Chelsea...
No, that price is impossible. CBF, is that okay if I call it CBF? That price is impossible. Why? We showed the injury record, which Bobby rightly argued that's a statistic we can use and get him for cheaper. Remember, they said the same thing for Ben Chilwell.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, but Ben Chilwell...
Yeah, exactly. There's no chance we'll pay them anything north of 70. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but Ben Chilwell, you've got a thing this year. All the Leicester fans did not like the player when he was playing for left back at Leicester. And since he came to Chelsea, he proved that he was the class player for Chelsea and made it as one of things. But then after that, he was injured the whole season last year. Was it last year? He was fully injured.
Who's that?
Ben Chilwell.
Was that the case? I think he played some games.
He did play a few games at end of the season, but everyone was just discriminating. Like all the fans, like Liverpool fans, when they used to laugh at Chelsea last start of the season, saying he ain't worth like 50 to 60 million. But when he came to Chelsea, he showed what he was. The only most thing my priority is, what is the truth is what we need in our couple. We do need players. Like I've heard like rumours about Timo Werner leaving, Hakim Ziyech leaving, Rubens Loftus-Cheek, Jorginho apparently wants to leave this summer. All these players all want to leave this summer. You've got by next weekend the Premier League starts.
And here's what regarding that, just quickly, so that you can make a point. You joined late, but I appreciate everybody that wants to join. Here's the thing about players wanting to leave. The players wanting to leave, them leaving depends on whether the club, if they have a replacement lined up already. If the club aren't sure of bringing in anybody, or are sure of getting a replacement if you prefer, they're not going to let that player go. You could say that's why we still have Cesar Spilicueta at the club. You could argue that's why we still have Marcos Alonso at the club. Or probably because the club was aware that Emerson was going to leave, because we're close to agreeing, coming to an agreement with, is it Napoli or last year? I'm not sure which of the clubs.
Yeah, Kepa going to Napoli, going out.
Yeah, Kepa, I'm actually talking about the case of Emerson primarily. So those things, it doesn't matter whether the player wants to leave or not. It comes down to what the club wants to do. If we can't find a replacement, you're not going anywhere.
Sorry for the interrupt for a minute, mate. Basically, what it was, I heard Sky News talks this morning, right, between 12 and 1 o'clock, that Chelsea have signed an agreement for Skriniar, and it's been talks about it for 24 hours. And now Chelsea's instead of trying to get a loan for Frankie de Jong, they're going to put a bid on Frankie de Jong to sign and pay the full wages. And Sky, I can't remember his name from Sky Sports News, I can't pronounce his name properly. He said about Fofana's interest in coming to Chelsea. but is Chelsea willing to pay the money for his salary? And would they do it like, because with Brendan Rodgers, he don't want players like Tinnisman, Fofana to leave Leicester this season. And the agreement of Skriniar, I think it's brilliant. If it's the talks by 24 hours and he's going to fly out to do a medical, it'll be a brilliant signing. Skriniar, that's what we need. We need class players like that. And we need, if Werner does leave, like Werner, 2 seasons he was like been totally crap. But with Thomas Tuchel, he played him on the wing, right? He literally played him on the wing. He ain't a left winger. He's a centre forward or a striker. If Chelsea could try and keep Werner this season and play him up front, I guarantee you, we need to give the lad a chance. I guarantee he will score goals for us.
Are you talking about Timo Werner?
Yeah, Timo Werner, yeah.
Let me tell you this quickly. If
what kind of guarantee are you giving?
It will still be 2027, and we'll still be talking about giving them a chance. I'm serious about that. Go ahead, Declan, your response.
Yeah, just wondering what kind of guarantee you're giving. Are you putting money up or what kind of thing? Because you do realise he's been here for 2 seasons, and you're still asking, let's give him a chance.
No,
we don't play with wingers. Our wing backs are our wingers, really, right? And Werner's playing in the best position he can because he's not really a striker. Even when he played under Poulsen in Leipzig, he played as a second striker. The guy does a lot of things right, he just can't score. So, get all your holy people, take him to holy places, do rituals, and try to get the curse off him. But, I'm a bit off. Sending the curse somewhere else. You've seen how curses work. You just got to send it to another team.
Yeah, but look at the goals he scored. How many goals he scored for Leipzig?
How many goals has he scored while he's been here?
How many? Yeah, but I understand where you're saying.
He hasn't even cracked double digits in a season.
Yeah, but he was playing on it was like a winger thing kind of way, wasn't he? And he can't skill.
No, he was playing like an inside forward. Let me tell you this too. You know, he's our third highest now paid player in the team. So being the third best in the team.
What other good strikers is there so far in the Premier League, out in this Premier League? Like we was meant to get Lewandowski. We're not. Yeah, but that's a fancy one, mate. Everyone thinks Chelsea's going to get Ronaldo. It's not going to happen, mate. His loyalty to Man United. He ain't going to go to a rival club like.
You asked me Chelsea, which other striker. Well, I'd rather get Chris Wood. Get Chris Wood in.
Yeah, but is he going to leave Newcastle?
Here's the thing, just quickly. Let me say something quickly to the chat. If you're typing and you use all caps, the machine, because it's not a human being, Nightbot is not a human being, it will highlight it as a spam and it will say some stuff to you. So don't worry about it. I will, let me say lighten it a bit. I think it's too strict. In some cases, it shouldn't want people, but it's one people. Just understand that's not a human being. But that's, by the way, I think we should actually make your point. There's a response to him so Bobby can give his final thoughts because it's nearly 4 hours now, so we can call it a day. We'll talk. What's another show later in the evening? Go ahead, Bobby.
The Werner thing, I strongly disagree. The guy is on the amount of money he's on is a top class player. There is so many other players, a long list. I'd rather play Conor Gallagher there or someone there. I'd rather play anyone else. Werner. I don't think he's mentally there. Maybe we've given him more than a chance. The best thing is to get his wages off, so we can give that to a new signing, or we're gonna give new wages to some of these players as well.
Yeah. I agree with what you're saying. Mate. I know
let me read what we have the chat, and I can't thank you enough, CB, for joining. I hope to have you again on the panel, maybe earlier than usual. Smith David said Barcelona are watching Chelsea should be very careful about Fofana. I don't think they do that. Nightbot is a salty nonsense. It's a bot. It's not a human being. It's a software, helping with the spamming and all that, especially the other stuff. I don't want to name here. It's kind of, I really like Ndika too, but again, my argument is who does the manager want. And to my brother DJ Sasson Tinkachila in the panel, give Broya his chance over Werner. I want that to happen. I want Werner to leave to go to a place where he does better. Plus, he's on a very high wage. That's a factor too. If he leaves, then we have our wage bill will reduce. It's actually going to rent. I'm not sure. I think you're talking about Ndika, and that may well be the case. So, Bobby, your final thoughts on everything we've talked about today.
Is that me, Coach?
Yeah, you, brother. Your final thoughts on everything we've talked about today.
Yeah, I mean, if Skriniar is really that progressed and is coming, wow, happy days.
Did you see any updates yourself?
I haven't yet.
Okay.
To be fair, I've not looked. I've been working. I just came back and logged on to you. So yeah, happy days. I still maintain Fofana should come along with him. I think we have some bargaining there to do, and I think it's possible. But if you get Skriniar, it puts us in a better bargaining position because it reduces the desperation. As for Werner, it's a very sad tale. I think, like all Chelsea fans, we love Werner, we love his endeavour. But if we want to be kind to him, we can say he's been unlucky. So maybe it could be a good loan for him to find his scoring boots somehow, wherever, Newcastle or back in Germany. And if he does, since it's a loan, he can re-engage. But for this season, we can't have any more excessively missed chances. We just can't keep doing that. I hear we've been linked. There's a forward in Burnley, the old Burnley guy. I've forgotten his name. Not Chris Woods, the other one that we've been linked with. I kind of like that idea because, when you have tried
Cornet,
and
was
tested.
it?
Sorry?
Was it Cornet? From Burnley?
No, I've forgotten his name. I'll find it and circulate it with a tweet or something. But when you've got someone who is proven scoring in the Premier League, perhaps that's the way to go, and that's the way we haven't been going. Your likes of Luca Toni and so on. We need to perhaps do that because that's about the only thing we haven't done. We've gone for these big name sort of foreign strikers. Yes, you can say Lukaku did it a bit in the Premier League, but I have never been convinced by Lukaku. He's never had that ball playing ability that would make him fit into a team like Chelsea. So we move on. However, having said that, please be aware of the brown.
I'm sorry, Bobby. Do you know what came to mind? I will never forget. I think I was on Blue Lunch. I don't want to talk about it. Bobby got into trouble for the term he used in describing the difference between Lukaku and Erling Haaland. But go ahead, bro. It just came to mind, but I don't want to talk about it.
Haaland does have a point to prove. He's showing that it's not really that easy to go into a ball playing top side and hit the ground running. The difference between Haaland and Lukaku is I think he has the capability of adjusting for the simple fact that he's mobile.
He's younger, he has salon value.
Yeah, and not just that, you see him moving on the pitch, which wasn't quite what we were getting from Lukaku. But, we move on. As I keep saying, beware of the brown envelopes and what they keep pushing about Chelsea. All this blah, 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 Jorginho wanting to go, which is nonsense. He's just put out an Instagram message about the 22-23 season, how much he's looking forward to it at Chelsea. Callum Hudson-Odoi, forget that nonsense. He's not going anywhere. The only people I think may be on the move, depending on who we get in, is Alonso and Dave, which will be very sad. But I think it could happen, especially if we get De Jong coming the other way, which, according to news, we're going to imminently make a bid, and we've told Barcelona will do that. If that happens and the bid is accepted and the deal goes through, then I will understand the lunch that Todd Bowley had in Barcelona. If it doesn't, we'll all sit here and keep scratching our head. Why the hell?
No, he has to explain
that way. where you can pick up a paella in any Spanish restaurant in LA.
Before one more thing, decline. I don't know if you've seen it. Emerson is looking like it's going to leave. Does that look we'll be looking for a left wing back player? We'll be left with Alonso, who we're hearing will most definitely leave us.
I was surprised about Emerson one. I honestly thought that he would stay this time around. The fact that he was playing the left centre back role and doing a not bad job in pre-season, to be honest, and also can play left wing back. I mean, he's looking pretty decent. I mean, compared to Alonso, I feel a lot more better. So I honestly thought he was going to stay because he was almost covering two positions, and I thought he'd be a good squad player. I'm kind of surprised that he's actually leaving. And before that, before these news came out,
in that position.
Well, I was going to add to that. But we were all under the belief that Alonso was leaving. Remember, Aspie Alonso going, yeah, and that's why I really thought Emerson was going to stay on top of that. Does that mean that Alonso isn't really leaving?
This Alonso,
is that what's happening?
I don't know what deal he has, and we can't get rid of this visa.
What's going on with Aspie?
Maybe he does administration work as well too, Bobby. Maybe he does that on the side. He does the banking and that guy does. Saves the club a lot of money.
Hey guys, what's going on with Aspie?
It's gonna leave too.
Is he gonna leave?
Yeah, but
I think Emerson's
to
good.
Get a replacement. Go ahead.
I reckon Emerson's good. Like you guys said, yeah, he's done well in the pre-season for us, and I don't think if it was a choice of Alonso or Emerson staying, I'll keep Emerson because
anytime, any day. But how that's possible? Maybe he's the one that's always asking to leave.
Is it the big talks? Because I don't know. He's talked about Tuchel leaving. I just don't get how he was pressed in the pre-season for us and against Odis just the weekend just gone when we won 3-1. He was amazing for us. I don't get why he wouldn't leave. I know, fair enough, we've loaned him out for the last three seasons, but he's proved himself to be a top left wing back. Is it or left back? Yeah,
left wing back.
Yeah, left wing back. I think he's proved himself to be that top notch.
No, attacking wise is great. Defensively, I don't trust him.
Trust him? What do you mean? I
don't trust him defensively. Yeah, you can argue the primary responsibilities of our left wing backs aren't to defend, but sometimes you need them, and he's practically useless defensively, especially if the ball isn't on the carpet. He gets confused. Once the ball comes in the air, he gets confused.
Yeah, good. So sorry to butt in from it. Sorry, guys. The situation with Lukaku, yeah, because he left, is he actually loaning for 2 seasons, or is Inter Milan paying up a 10 million fee to buy for the 2-year season? Or
I heard it's been extended to 2 years. I heard Chelsea made it a 2-year. I'm not sure about anybody on the panel want to help me.
Because if that's the case, if we're loaning Lukaku out for 2 years, does that mean we could always get him back? Because if so, I don't want him back. Honestly,
no, nobody wants him back.
Yeah, I don't think no one wants him back. Think of it like this: it's 2 years. Yeah, it's 2 years working out on a deal for him. That's probably what it is. Maybe.
Is that the payback?
No obligation, but they're not obliged to keep him.
I think it's a 1-year deal, but I think there's an extra clause that has been added recently where it can be extended by 1 more year, the loan. So
okay, now I see.
1+1.
Because I'm hearing something changed on the deal. But that's, by the way, again, thank you very much, Chelsea fan, for joining us. Declan, were you saying something? I know Bobby has given his final thought. If everybody has, I'll just catch up with what we have in the chat and we'll call it a day. It's 4 hours now. I just couldn't end it because Bobby and Declan join, and also CBF. Usually it's 3 hours and some minutes. Again, were you still saying something?
Yeah,
no, read the chat.
Just agree for a minute, yeah? What do you think of that striker from Sunderland? Why don't we try to put bidding for him?
What's
he was
his
scoring
name?
goals. He's up front. He's a striker.
I don't know him. If I knew him the moment you talked about him, I recognize who you're talking about.
Give me a second. I'll go on it then. Just type his name
What
out.
happened? I'm going to try and research him so that during the evening game we'll talk about him, or maybe probably tomorrow's show. Well, I will consider other people the club should be looking at. But I should, since you talked about it, I should look at him. Chelsea all the way said it's coming. Okay, he's talking to someone else, and Fofana not coming too expensive. There's no way we'll pay anything close. Forget about the amount being quoted in the media. Again, there's no way we'll pay anything close to that. Even paying half of that, I'd be surprised. But that's, by the way, again, I want to say thank you to everybody that's found time to join us. I see you joined late, but they say lateness is greatness. Thank you for finding time to join. And Kim So, you joined late too. Chelsea should make a stance for Fofana, 60 million, take it or leave it. If Fofana should ever extend in the first place. Again, there's a chance we're getting for even cheaper. The price isn't the issue for me. I've always said that. Again, it's just I don't think we'll pay that much money. This is what I'm saying. He will be the next player linked to us. I just pray the rain is a deal force through. I think he's talking about how'd you say his name again?
What's Stewart? That's the player, Sunderland striker. What's Stewart? He's a quality.
Okay, I don't know him that much, but I'll research him. Ndika, okay, you guys are talking about Ndika. We've also been linked to Bandishale, which is the one I like at Monaco. The show's been going on for 4 hours. My respect. Yeah, it's sometimes you just can't stop shows. My respect for Bobby and the clan, and also CBF who joined us very late. But we'll end it now. Again, I cannot thank you guys enough for finding time to join. Sorry if I cannot get to your comment. There's quite a lot, even though, I remember Lolo asking if we're going to put in a bid for the young. I know, Lolo, you want us to take him, but I don't think we've done that. If you have any update for us, let us know. Thanks, Chelsea. I hope they reach an agreement. I think somebody said yes. We're looking at him. But that's why Leon Lynn says you're doing a marathon today, Kachila. Yeah, thanks to Bobby and the Clan and CBF. But that's, by the way, we've come to the end of the show. I want to thank everybody that found the time to join us today.
Thank you for letting me join in the
No
chat,
worries.
mate.
You're always welcome, brother. It's not been easy, but it's an enjoyable one. Always something to learn. I can't thank you guys enough. I hope to see you guys later for the evening show. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I'll be here with the evening show. Okay. I just love the show. I love the show.
Okay, thank you very much, brother. Thank you for that. If not, I'll see you guys tomorrow for another Blue Morning show. Thanks,
okay, guys.
God bless us
thank you very much.
And bye.
Bye-bye.